Alright, so what I got going on here a couple nights ago, actually it was just last night, we were streaming Genesis Pinball, and the flipper stopped working, and so I fixed the flipper, and then the whole game crashed. So I'm going to just mess around. I don't know how long I'm going to stream, and I've got Polly B up here on the screen watching his show while I'm working on this stuff, so I'll pay attention to the chat. I don't think anybody's in here, but I'll pay attention to it every once in a while and take a look. And I got a new camera here added in so I can kind of handhold this and maybe get some better close-ups. I don't have an easy way to see the live view, so I see my delayed stream, so I'll try to do the best I can, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, so I'm taking the glass off right now. I don't have a way to mount this anywhere at the moment, but got to take the glass off first. And I always forget I've got that upper camera there too, so you guys will have the top-down view and the side view. And I set all the cameras just to auto, so hopefully it's not overexposed, but I figured since they're going to be moving around, it might be better just to let the camera control itself. This is a new piece of glass I just put in yesterday, which was nice on the stream for the little bit of time that it worked.
Slide side by shooting the right ramp 12 times. Think of an easier shot than Norbit's.
Alright.
Want to play this table for so long. Das Vegas, what's going on? Thanks for stopping in. So we just completed hospital. We just got hotel. So we got 2 goals defeated. We have 400 right now, and not a whole lot of progress. I think we might have 2 guys locked. I think we're locked. So we do have to go in the door. We're all involved for 30 minutes. So it's not this is the way, guys.
So what's a little scary underneath here, I'm not exactly sure what happened last night. So we worked on the flipper and now it's super smooth, and all I really did up here was adjust my end of stroke switch, and I'm wondering if by adjusting that something may have caused a short that blew a fuse. It's very likely. The game did play for a little while, and then my drop target bank, as soon as I hit the 3rd drop target, it pretty much stopped working. Flippers continued to work. The game stopped. The display stopped. The music stopped. Everything stopped. So there's 2 different voltages. So there's 5 volts that controls the CPU and pretty much everything except for the flippers. And then the flippers have their 48 volts. So here's the fuse bank up here. So what I think I'm going to do is test out most of these fuses and see if I can detect one that may be bad. Let's see if I can set this lower camera up somewhere where it's going to be a little bit more visible. I don't think I can even balance it that way. Wow, look at that. It works. Freestanding camera. Alright. At the moment I'm looking for tools. Oh, right in front of me. Right there. Come on. So potentially I have dead batteries in my multimeter. Oh, there we go. Nice, okay. So I'm also watching Polly B's channel here at the same time. Because I figure nobody's going to be joining just yet. Maybe once this stream's over, if I get things fixed, we'll do some gameplay. Technically, you're supposed to take the fuses out to test them. I might if I get any issue here, but these visually look okay. which isn't always an indicator, but I think we're probably good there. And we got more down below, which I don't know if there's even enough light to show you from either of these cameras, but this one should catch it. Alright, well, those fuses seem okay. You know what's funny is, so this pinball machine is the one I've done the least to. I bought it, it worked, and it's worked for almost 2 years until last night. So that kind of sucks, because I haven't worked enough in this to really be as familiar as I am with pretty much all the others that I've taken apart and rebuilt and cleaned and put parts in. And the symptoms don't seem to match anything that I can think of that would have caused the problem, other than we simply rebuilt this new sleeve on the coil for the flipper, which is perfect now. But it's very likely that there's something with this end of stroke switch maybe that caused a short, something. Alright, and I may need to get some more lights too, because I just have like my big softbox right now. Alright, what do we have down here? Okay. So one thing that we had a problem with yesterday, one of the pop bumpers, actually I can use this camera, so one of the pop bumpers was not very sensitive, and it wasn't kicking off every time, and I can see immediately just by looking what the problem is. So hopefully there's enough light here, but these are the pop bumpers right here, and look at that, duct tape fix on the diode. These other diodes, this is the one that was actually not going off, so that duct tape fix actually probably is working. But I've got my soldering iron, so I could fix that, and I probably should since I'm in here. This mic, it's probably just picking up echo, but that's right. I think it could be that this, man, all of these switches are just so dirty. Yeah, that's the end of stroke. So right here, the plastic edges of the pop bumper, when they get touched by the ball, trigger this switch, and it's so close, that's all it takes, and then this comes down and hits, and when that closes, this lower switch, that's when it knows to release and go back to the top. So it's probably just dirty. The connections look okay besides this stupid duct tape, but that one wasn't even the problem. Looking to see, I haven't really inspected this in a long time since I bought it. Looking to see if there's anything obvious.
Fans, what's going on, man? Yeah, Packers. Yeah, I'm the world's okayest pinballer. 67 million. I'm feeling really good after this, guys.
So this whole thing is the motor that turns this little shield that reveals the little robot, little fembot in there. Alright, so the other thing I did, I cleaned down here on the flipper. This was really dirty, and I cleaned that, and it was working fine. So it was making fine connections there. So the next step, and hopefully I can do it, is maybe to get into the back box and determine if there's anything any fuses in there that went out. Because when I power it up, right now when I power this thing up, the lights come on, but there's no display, there's no sound. Kind of sucks. These games are known for having grounding problems though. So the power supply, there's all sorts of mods that you're supposed to do down here to redo all of this wiring so you get a better ground. And it doesn't look like it's been attempted or completed. but I also have a feeling that the plug itself, I kind of remember when I plugged it in, the ground plug was actually cut off. So even if all the ground was done, plugging it into the wall, it's still not being grounded out properly. So, but it's never had problems before. Alright, let's see if I can get this to stand up again. I see on the delay there. Yeah, it looks like the lighting is okay for these. These are pretty good cameras. And we got 4 viewers, so I don't know who's watching, but thanks for watching. It's probably going to be kind of boring until I figure out what's going on. And if I give up on this, we'll move the cameras back over and play some more Royal Rumble tonight before I turn the stream off. But I want to try to figure out what's happening here, if I can. So let's put the table back down. I also have LEDs, and I've got brand new ramps, and I've got quite a few things that I want to do on this. Here's one of the new old stock ramps that was in the game when I bought it, and these are pretty much impossible to find, and it's not broken. It's actually really clean, but it's only for the right side, and both of mine are broken. So I actually have in this box over here, if you can see it, brand new ramps that are pulled out of clear plastic that's heavier duty than these original ones. So that'll look really good when it's done. But I've got all sorts of problems. This post is completely out of the playfield. And these little metal flaps here that protect the ramp are actually launching the ball up into the glass because they're just bent, and I probably should get new ones. But yeah, all the rubber has to be changed out. I really just need to take it all the way down to the surface and clean it really well. I put new smoked plexi in there, and it's pretty good, but 2 of the screws, the little the T-nuts on the bottom that hold the screws in, fell out. So I got to get a couple more of those. I know I have some somewhere, but I got to find the screws for them too, because that sucks when the ball hits there. But otherwise, this new plexi is pretty smooth. There's a couple edges, like right on the corner here, the ball will actually get caught, and sometimes when you're playing, you'll actually notice the ball stick, and then it rolls across that line and drops on one or the other sides. And same thing up here. This is actually not too bad now, but occasionally the ball will hit and jump a little bit just because it's not a perfect smooth surface. And the other thing here, it looks like around the edge, it looks like the playfield art is worn, but that's actually intentional part of the artwork to look like light glowing out of it. And there's a bunch of flash bulbs under there. The Mylar around the pop bumpers is not stuck to the surface at all. It may not have even been adhesive Mylar. No, the upper one's stuck. I'm going to take that off though once I redo those pop bumpers, because it's just floating on there and all dusty. Okay. So I think the next step is going to be removing the back glass. Let's see if I can turn this here a little bit more. Oh, hopefully my... I don't know if my camera's froze or if that was... if that's just a delay on my phone. So while I've got this here, look how beautiful this back glass is. Or the Translight. It's so goofy. It's really faded. So I was thinking about getting a new one that's got better color, but it's amazing. It actually probably looks better on the back side. Alright. Let's take this camera and head back up here. So I don't see anything that's obviously problematic. So it's not like it burned up. I mean, there's a lot of corrosion on that heat sink up there. Flash bulbs. The bad thing about having all these pins in a row like this is there's no way to really squeeze back there, because I'm certainly not thin enough to make it through in between. I may have to grab a chair or something to climb up there. Let me try that.
Saturday is the actual tournament. Friday is just qualifying. I don't know when I make up Friday. I'm hoping that I make it up in a decent time. I wouldn't mind doing a little bit Friday. I don't know if it's limited, but I think all of the secondary tournament, or there's the fishtails that's going to be there, that is playable. So you can actually join that. So you can actually play, and I think that is all for IFPA points as well. So, definitely excited to see it.
A lot of corrosion back here. Interesting. Not from batteries, though. Well, that's not supposed to come that loose. All right. Get this out of the way. So I think I'm going to power it up and see if maybe simply sitting overnight has helped it a little bit. Okay. So it's trying to do something. There was a little bit of music. This is really strange. Knocker. Huh. Okay. So this is all new to me too, so I don't know what's really happening here. Now it's running the motor inside. So maybe you can see it better here. It's pretty dusty. The motor to cover up the Fembot. There's nothing on the display. It's very weird though, because it kicked the ball out. This is kind of... Oh, I just heard it mention. Yeah, so... Music is kicking on now, and I've got a light up on the back. It's almost like it's like going right back into where we left off when it crashed. It's very strange. Let's try the test switch. Didn't do anything. Let's see. So that's got an LED flashing up there. So the fact that it's doing something, I guess, is good. Start button is non-responsive. No flippers. Slam tilt must be disabled. Huh. Well, I do have a manual somewhere over here. Gotta remember where my pile of manuals are. I'm gonna try to reference and see if I can find if there's any specific error codes that I could troubleshoot. Alright. So as cool as the music is, I'm shutting it off for a minute. So I see Massville and Pinball. If you're watching, thanks for watching. As boring as it may be. These kind of streams, I don't know. I prefer working on stuff when it's working, like working on the play field and fixing things that are known. I think this might be a board issue, and that's my biggest concern is the board. I mean, sometimes it can be simple. It can be a transistor or something on there, but because the displays are not even being lit, that concerns me quite a bit. And the way that it just stopped working, like halfway, and then it stopped completely, and then froze. Self-test. Here's on my fuses. The thing is, though, like the solenoids, it was doing a test. It kicked stuff out. So there's 24 volt solenoids that were working. Some of the lights were working. Sound was obviously working. Light box worked. The GI was working. I have a feeling this is just probably not going to happen tonight. Because I'm probably going to have to take these boards out and actually test them individually. So if you can overhear Polly there, make sure to check out PollyB18 streaming right now, America's Most Haunted. And he does repair streams usually Wednesdays as well. So usually more exciting than this one right now, but I'm kind of amazed here. The manual doesn't have specific troubleshooting. So I may have to do more research before I can do anything on here. Yep, there is Massville and Pinball. Cool. Well, thanks for the shout out if you ever watch this back. Polly B with a shout out. Yeah, so I've got bookkeeping and self-test. There we go. Yeah, the self-test button wasn't even working. Alright, let's try self-test one more time. One beep. So I got a LED light flashing, one audio beep. The same lights are lit that when it crashed. GI is on. No display. No self-test. No reaction from buttons. Tilt reaction. Yeah, I think it's probably not going to happen tonight. So, what I can do, since there's nothing else happening with the functionality, I might as well take some stuff apart because I've got other stuff I can do on this table. So I'm going to start taking apart the ramps. Might as well. Let me reposition this. See if I can make it a little more interesting. So the nut just fell off the back. That's all right. Oh, yeah! I just heard the Macho Man. So I got a follow from somebody. There's Demented Warlock. Yeah, reseat all the connections in the back box. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. And we've got Double Danger Pinball. How's it going? So I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on with this thing. And everything was working fine last night, and then it just froze. And it's pretty much, I power it back up, and it's the same way it was when it froze. Minutes ago, it was playing the music. And I've got a light flashing back there, but not exactly sure what's going on. Fuses are fine. They all checked out good. There is some really shady repair work inside, so I probably should go in there and resolder some of those connections, but my guess is definitely in the back box. There's got to be something that... it's not that it came loose. It was just... what initiated it was I hit some of the pop bumpers. The lower pop bumper wasn't reacting very well. Then when it did, I dropped the third drop target, and that's when the whole thing froze. So I have no idea if it's somehow switch matrix related. There could be a transistor that's gone bad. This does have like a lithium battery mod that looks like it's... I don't know how old it is. I would guess it's probably, when I bought it about 2 years ago, they had just gone over it. So my guess is it's been on there a couple years, so it should be fine. There's no corrosion around the batteries. Some of these... the larger transistors are really corroded, so there could be issues there too. The bad thing is I got to take them off the board to test them out, and I don't want to do that. Not right now. So I might as well do some cosmetic stuff that I've been meaning to do for a while anyway. I've got parts to do it, so. Cool, yeah, thanks for the follow there, Double Danger Pinball. Appreciate it. I went on the website to look at the shirts last night, and so I'll definitely be placing an order here soon. Lots of cool designs there. Tonight, gotta represent the Ultimate Warrior. Alright, so these have nuts underneath the playfield, so I'm gonna have to raise it up to get to that side, I think. And I actually have new decals. So like the decal up here is just really worn down. I mean, what I really should be doing, because this thing is, I mean, a lot of the metal parts are a little bit rusty. I should go through and do a good job like Polly does on Shadow. But I probably won't, because this game, I didn't pay much for it. And it's been a fun game. People like to play it, but I also don't want to invest too much money in it. I just want it working and playable. But I mean, I want it to look good and be fun, but I don't want to put a bunch of money that I'm not going to get back out of it eventually. Not that I'm looking to sell it, but it's also one that's not on my like forever keep list. If I found something that I needed the space for, I wouldn't mind selling it. Alright, well I got to clean that plate up better when I get the decals ready. Alright, so this post is another one that's coming off. The nut underneath is loose, so it's just going to fall inside. Or continue to spin. So the guy that did the new ramps for these, I don't know if you can see on this lower camera here, the ramps get broken really easy and chip. So on the new ramps, he actually produced some more of these flaps that cover the insides, so when the ball comes in at an angle, it doesn't crack the new ramps. But they're also heavier duty material, so it's probably not as important as it would be on these, because this, I mean, they're all cracked. Get that rubber off of there. Oh yeah, this game is so fun. I mean, it's cool to have. I like having it. I think it was my second game that I picked up, and it's been a lot of fun. I really like it. It's so unique and weird that most people, when they see it, they're like, "Oh, that's cool," so they play it. And it's really simplistic gameplay, but it's really addictive because it is simplistic. The rules are really easy, so most people don't have to figure out like all these detailed modes or anything. They just know shoot what's lit basically. And then when you collect the body parts, then you get the little animation of the robot down below, which is pretty cool. But people love it. Cheapest game I have and the one that gets played the most. By visitors, at least. Alright. This is too tight to get off by hand. There we go. So these side posts are actually, and they're really tight, so I'm going to have to do those from underneath the playfield. But I can get these back posts off of here. I also have flashers that are out too. We had flashing going on last night. I noticed there was a few that had gone out. And some people have actually replaced their pop bumpers. These are the Gottlieb ones, and some of these have little cracks. Like this one is already cracked. So it's broken off here, so it just sits on. But it actually holds in place fine. I've never had it pop off during gameplay. But there's some really cool replacement clear pop bumper plastics that look really good in this game. And then some people put color changing LEDs in there, which is kind of a neat look. I think this also has a nut underneath the playfield. It's kind of an odd choice when they made this game to use these pink-purple looking ramps. And a lot of people, when they look at this, because you're building a fembot and you're shooting for body parts, they look a lot like fallopian tubes. So, and it's very possible that's what they were going for with the whole thing. But they're definitely kind of an organic look to it. But the clear ones look amazing because there is really cool artwork underneath. So when you have clear ramps, and especially with good LED lighting, you can see through, and there's all sorts of really cool detail under there. Especially with this Very Target. Very Target's pretty awesome. Let's see what we got here. Underneath that, let's see if I can do it without breaking it. There we go. Man, this table is dirty. So, pretty easy to get the ramp off of there. Somebody put some Velcro inside the drop hole there, which is probably a good idea to protect it from breaking the back if it goes in there too strong. It's kind of funny though, on this table, a lot of games that have ramps like this, they'll actually have the playfield would have a little divot where the ramp sits down so it's flush with the playfield surface, and instead they just have these little metal flaps that cover it. But the problem is, you can see with these ones they get bent, and that's what causing air balls to hit the glass and to divert off and hit the side of the ramp and break it. But it's kind of nice that these ramps are held on just by really 2 screws. Oh, look at this. So I did have a ball locked when it crashed last night. I wonder if that has anything to do with what happened. Is it may have locked that ball, And this flasher I know is out. It's bad, so I wonder if that ball lock somehow triggered something that caused it to crash. Seems like it would reset itself, but I wonder about that. I have the other one. Nope, the other one's not locked. Yeah, TX Sector is so cool. It's possible that the coil for this eject had a problem, because now that I think about it, I don't remember when that locked in the gameplay last night, because I remember it was hitting this third drop target when it actually crashed. The whole thing stopped. So that ball, I may have dropped it in there and then started the multi-ball, because usually as soon as it locks in, it kicks another ball out into the shooter lane, and it goes into an animation where you kick the second ball in, and as soon as it rolls over one of the lanes, then it kicks out the extra ball, and you have 2-ball multi-ball. So that's weird that that was locked in, and I was playing with another ball at the same time. So it's possible that that coil had a problem and caused whatever is going on here. I'll have to look at that. While I'm in here, I'm going to take these bulbs out. Yeah, that one is definitely bad. I've been replacing most of the lights with LEDs, but the flashers, LED flashers, I'm not sold on completely yet. So I may stick with, especially down here, these ones, the incandescent flashers actually provide some of the look of the mad scientist kind of concept. So LEDs would not work in there, but underneath the ramps, I think I'll probably put some in there and see how it works. Some of the LEDs I get though for flashers, just the little bit of voltage that goes to them, which normally just warms up a normal flasher, is enough to illuminate the entire flasher, and so it stays on, and then when it actually flashes it gets brighter, but it's always on. Doesn't always do that. It depends on the game too. Some games actually have capacitors in line that prep the flash bulb, and that's usually what doesn't work with LEDs. Okay. So that's a huge plastic. Oh, I see. I got bulbs out up here. Most of these bulbs I can do from underneath. I guess while I'm here with these, there's the, there it is. You can tell the plastic is so fragile. I don't want to break these clips. Well, no wonder the other clip is broken. Somebody was not as gentle as I'm trying to be. There we go. So I really hate these sockets. If you've worked with the pop bumper sockets, they don't have any kind of a spring in there. It's just like a slot that you put the bulb in and twist, and then it uses kind of the twist pressure, because it's curved, that it slides it down and presses against the surface. When it's in there and wedged tightly, it's okay. This one here, it's tight, but it's just loose enough that occasionally it'll flicker. But the sockets themselves, oftentimes they'll hold on to the bulb, or they'll get loose. And then as soon as you put things back together, the bulbs will flicker out and they'll not work anymore. And these are kind of blackened. Oh yeah, the double-sided sticky tape for black hole. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I just heard the Macho Man again. Got another follow. Thanks for whoever followed. I'll see your name here in the chat in just a minute. You know, this is kind of a boring stream tonight. I'm not going to be able to get this fixed and working, but I figured might as well, when I've got everything torn down, to go ahead and start adding LEDs and all the stuff that I bought, plus my new ramps. I haven't even opened the box. I've had them for a long time. I've got to open the box up too. And hopefully and pray, since I didn't open it, that they didn't break in shipping. Alright, let me find my LEDs. I've got a ton of LED bulbs, and I don't have anything organized very well right now because it's all come from my storage unit in boxes. This is leftover stuff from my... I got a sample kit from pinballbulbs.com, which I really recommend. Their bulbs are amazing. They have these great frosted bulbs, and they have clear bulbs, and they've got the little bendies. But their frosted warm whites are like the coolest thing if you want to stick to a very old school incandescent look, which is what I did on my Royal Rumble. I used all of the little frosted incandescents. You can see that. I don't know if it'll focus or not, but we can try it on that one. So they're really cool. The bad thing is they are just enough the width of the caps. If you're using them for GI and your GI socket goes down into the wood, sometimes you can't get them into the wood. But you can trim the edges slightly, and they do sell some that are more narrow now. So I haven't decided which ones. Open green. Let's see. What color? Actually, that green is kind of a cool color. Like a lime, key lime color. But this is just a sample kit, so there's actually, I don't know if I have 4 of the exact same ones in here anyway. But I have tons of bags of other LEDs.
And what you gonna do, Macho Man, when the whole world full of Hulkamania destroy you?
Yeah, what you gonna do? Thanks for following MagpiePie21, and I see the prodigious Mr. Z or MZ. Always an arcade-loving aficionado, also considered as the Teletubby bad jokes chatter. Yes, excellent. Very. Oh, the prestigious RMZ. Fighting game event and speedrun reviewer. That's awesome. Thanks for coming in. We're just working on trying to fix this machine up physically, or it's just not working. The boards are not working. It crashed on me yesterday, so I'm just cleaning and trying to do some upgrade stuff. And I'm looking for my LEDs. I've got a whole bunch of, hundreds of different LEDs. Oh, they're in a pile over on this one. So real quick, I see Paulie just finished up. I'm going to go switch my screen over here to the chat window so it's easier for me to see. And I will be right back in just a second. So now I've got my chat up on my TV monitor behind me. Let me pull the camera around here so you guys can see it. So there's the chat window, so I'll be able to see it a little bit easier here than looking on my tiny phone. But yeah, this is race driving back here. I do want to stream that eventually, and I just got some more USB extensions, but I got to move all the crap out of the front here and figure out how I'm going to set the camera up to do it. But it's a great game, really cool. Yeah, it's possessed. It actually plays itself. That was one thing I remember as a kid. The game was like one of the first games that was 50 cents to play, and it was super difficult. Whoops, I hear my speakers on in here. I better turn this off.
No, come on! Technical difficulties, yeah. Thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate it.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Alright, I got the orb again. Oh, come on! Ball safe. Alright.
Sorry about that. I think what happened, Paulie's stream, his stream disconnected, so he just went back online again. Alright. Let me get back here and grab my bulbs. Yeah, so race driving as a kid, I wasn't good at it. The game itself has a clutch and a key, and you actually have to hold your clutch in, turn the key at the right time, transition, just like driving a real car. And as a kid, when this game came out, I didn't have a clue how to do clutch. And I remember putting my 50 cents in there and sitting there on the start line, and I would get it started, then I'd drop the clutch, and I could never get driving. So I didn't play it that often, only because it was a waste of 50 cents when I could use that to play like WrestleFest twice, you know, and beat a whole Royal Rumble for 50 cents. So I was totally into that. But I love the game, and now that I actually own it, I played it a lot, and I can actually make laps on it, and it's got the super stunt track, which as a kid, I was lucky to just get to the jump, where you jump over the bridge, and there's a loop. And now I can actually go through the corkscrews and all the way through the end. It's pretty cool. Alright, I don't want those. So, unfortunately, no, these are labeled. So these are the cool whites. Let's see. You can see they have, it's not quite blue, it's like a pure white, which is really kind of nice. And it has this nice smooth cap on it, just like the pinball bulbs ones. These ones, a friend of mine just ordered them in bulk, so I think they, of course, like most of them, come from China, but I'm not sure what brand these are. He just orders them in bulk orders. I don't know if I want to go with white. It actually looks kind of good though, because there's also warm whites that actually have more of a yellowish tint to them, and I really dislike when people put LEDs in a pinball machine and then the entire pinball machine is purple or pink and you don't see any color. I much prefer having like really nice bright whites. There's also the non-frosted bulbs, which are really nice, but I kind of like the frosted look. It kind of dissipates the light in a better pattern. Yeah, so that socket, you can see the socket's just completely loose. And that one's not perfect either, but that's what I hate about these sockets. So you could even get them in there, and then as soon as you put it back together, you think it's all good, and you start playing a game, and then they all come loose. So usually the solution to that is just bending it a little bit. Oh yeah, I've got light boxes set up. Right now I'm using a 2x2 softbox, and I have another one out in the car that I didn't bring in because I do studio video production stuff. So it helps out a lot, because this room, the only lighting I have is this 10-year-old rope light, which used to be bright, and now it's at its, you know, it's on a dimmer, but that's as bright as it gets because it's literally been on for at least 8 years non-stop, and you can tell that they're just burning out. So I'm tearing all those down, and I'm going to put in new LED strips, and then I have crown molding that's going to go up, so it should illuminate the ceiling really well without having direct light. So that's a project I can only do when I get all my games out of this room. That's a goal of this upcoming spring, the next couple of months. Yeah, I wonder if it's the same way or same as awesome as pole position. Pole position is its own thing. It's 2D racing. The original pole position is amazing. The steering is beautiful. It's a great game. Pole position 2, pretty good too. Not as good as the first one. And this game it's the first 3D racing game, and it's a little stuttery, and it feels like you're not moving as fast as you are. So you have to look at the speedometer and make sure that when the speed sign says, you know, 45 around this corner, you might be able to push it to like 50, but if you're coming in at like 65 or 70, it's going to feel like you're going slow, but you go in too fast and you'll just skid out. So that was the key of learning how to play it, was to watch the speedometer and actually drive at the recommended speed, which is really funny because you think an arcade racing game, you just want to floor it and go all the way, but that's why that game was so difficult, is you have to actually be very careful with the pedal, and the brake has a sensor on it too, like a real brake. So when you press harder, it presses the brakes harder. And people usually didn't get that either. They pressed the brakes down but never really matched hard on it. And if you just tap it, the brakes don't work. You got to really put pressure on it, because it has a very resistor that's attached, or no, it's called a tension meter, and it's on the actual metal. So when you press, the metal flexes just enough, and the resistor measures the flex, and that's how it's basically analog. But it's a very weird setup. Very cool though. But if anything doesn't work on that game, if one part of it doesn't work, it's almost impossible to play. Alright, so I'm going to bend these a little bit. And hopefully get the bulbs to stay stuck in there. Yeah, that's stupid. So I need to get my pliers real quick, which I think are over here. I hate having my tools all over the place. Usually I'm much more organized. Okay, so that's not where that is. And I've got tons of arcade stuff too, so my boxes of tools and parts are also filled with not just pinball parts, but I've got arcade joysticks and wiring harnesses and all sorts of stuff for my arcade games. Maybe this will work better. So I'm not sure where the needle nose pliers went, but I've got some wire strippers which have plier tips on them that might do the job. Maybe I bent it too much. Yep, I did. My phone battery's going dead and I have it plugged in. So I want to be able to see the chat. Yeah, the bulbs that I'm using right now, some of them are from pinballbulbs.com, and most of these are actually like a Chinese import. And we bought them. Oh, there we go. We bought them in bulk, and they're pretty good. They're actually like half the cost of most of the online pinball or LED retailers, because we bought so many of them. I think I bought like $250 worth of all these LEDs because I wanted enough to do this entire table, plus I want to redo a lot of the ones in the Royal Rumble, and I think I was going to update some of the ones in Freddy. So I've got tons of them, and I've got a whole bunch for Batman that's out in the garage. So Batman pinball, I've done most of the LED work on that already. The problem with Batman is the flippers are not getting the full 50 volt power. So they're flipping, but with only the holding power, not the full 50 volts for the full flip. So yeah, these pliers were not the not the right choice. They can squeeze it closed, but I can't get it open. I may have to look for those needle nose. That's probably not going to do it either. This box over here is primarily parts for Batman. Doesn't help that I'm having to lean over the whole table. Not the most ideal location for working on this stuff. There we go. Okay. looks alright, I guess. This is the cap that was broken before. Alright, so that looks okay, I guess. I kind of like the ones I've seen. Somebody put in color changers in those, and it was kind of neat because they would shift and very slowly change from one color to another. But there's no way to sync them up, so they were all kind of like their own colors at different times. But it was still kind of cool. And all of these parts you have to access from under the table. So these little lane covers, I guess like a lot of times you just go in there and just take the socket out and then put the bulb in from the bottom side, which maybe I'll do that. I do want to get these other ramps out though. So all these spare parts. Pretty sure this is the one from, yeah, December. Those are the Genesis ramps. Because he also made a new ramp for Royal Rumble, and I have that in a box somewhere too that I haven't opened. It's actually, it could be this one. Where's the other box? I'm gonna go grab scissors. Yep, it's the Royal Rumble ramp. So the Genesis ramp is in another box. And there's actually supposed to be a second piece in here. Yep, that's it. So the Royal Rumble ramp is just a big clear ramp that goes around the left. And then there's also a little cover that's a shield for the ball not to pop up. And so he did one in a tinted blue, which I think is going to look really cool. And I was thinking about doing like laser etching or something to put the old WWF block logo on there and then light it from the side with an LED strip. So then it will kind of glow like neon. So I think that'd be pretty cool. Move it, cat. Get out of the way. Alright. I gotta find the other ramps. Underneath Pinball. Alright, so you get 2 unboxings tonight. Wow, listen to that. So we got a little bit of Genesis music there. Really curious. Now the light's flashing up there again, and I was really hoping that the manual, when I was looking in there earlier, was going to give me some error codes or something for the light flashing. It's got to be like a ROM issue or... I've got a friend who's got all sorts of great tools for testing the chips and board sets, so I may end up having to take it to him. The good thing is, if I can't figure out how to make progress with whatever the problem is, I'm going to take the whole game out, put it in the garage, and bring Batman or Firepower in, because I've got those. Firepower is like beautiful. I just finished working on that at my other location. One of the coils just kicked. Wow, these are beautiful looking ramps. Look at that. They're way heavier than the original ones. Much thicker. That's so cool. Where is the... Oh, it fell down. Yeah, that's awesome. Probably looks completely invisible on the camera if you can even see it from that angle. But man, that's going to look amazing once the lights are all set up properly and the whole thing's clean. No, I wanted to go clear this time. I originally thought about getting clear so then I could do reverse painting. So I used to do like RC cars and paint like Lexan bodies. And you do like a reverse paint, so you could do like a translucent red or something and then back it up with a silver paint and then black and do these cool layers and get really neat effect. So I thought it might be cool to get clear and then do my own custom paint job on the back. But then I saw a couple of the other guys, they installed the clear ramps in theirs, and with the LED lighting and stuff, it just looked so amazing. And you can see through. There's so much cool artwork underneath that you never see with those other ramps. It's kind of a neat look. And then a few people have done like on Tron, where they run like EL lighting around the outside, and then you have that wired into the flashers. Then when the multi-ball is ready, because there's a little label here, so capture when flashing, that shows up there on the front of the ramp, you can actually wire it in, so the entire ramp has EL lighting that will flash with that. So it's kind of a neat mod. I might try that. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to paint them anymore after seeing how it looked on the other one. Yeah, that's really cool looking. I still have issues with these little metal flaps though. But the nice thing is, if I put new rubber on here too, these bumpers are going to protect the walls of the ramp. And this ramp is so much thicker than the original, it's not going to crack or break or anything, especially with good bumpers there. It's amazing though, if you compare like this new clear to the old clear, it's so yellowed. I mean, 30 years will do that to you, though. Let me move this camera a little bit and get a better view close up here. So you can see how thick the plastic is there. Compared to the broken one right next to it. It's almost 50% thicker. Really nice. Let's see if I can mount this camera in here a little bit better. I'll try not to bump it. So before I put that in, I think I want to take the plastic off up there and try to access, let's see. I guess there isn't any GI. There's one more flasher under here, so I do need to get under that to get to the flasher. And these stupid acorn nuts that Gottlieb loved, you can see right there, these metal acorn caps. They're kind of like the nylon nuts, except because they're metal, oftentimes they get corroded and stick to the screw that's underneath them. And when you go to unscrew it, it'll actually unscrew the entire thing from the playfield. So I bought a little tool that's supposed to help with that. And of course, there's no way I know where it is right now. With everything being in cardboard boxes, not organized. So we'll try it with the regular screwdriver, wherever the heck I put it. Can't keep track of anything. Make sure that's the right. Oh, next one. So I have a whole bag of new ones too. And again, I need to know where they are to be able to use them. That one I can feel is coming up from the playfield instead of just popping off like it's supposed to. Come on. Yep, that was stupid. But it's up. And they of course use two different sizes, so the acorn nuts are a little bit different than the standard screws on the side. Good thing is this, I love this 10-in-1 screwdriver. Oh man, I see another problem. Okay, so getting this plastic off should be easier than it's gonna be, but there's one screw right in the back there. To get to that, I've got to take this off. It's always one thing after another. All right. Let's see. Maybe I'll put this over here. Oops. I can pull it. It's really don't want to break the plastic. Oh yeah, and this is chipped back there. No, that's the way it's supposed to be. The nice thing is a lot of these plastics you can find new old stock. I think there was, the last one I saw, it may not be in stock anymore, there was a full new old stock plastic set for this game, and I should have bought it when I saw it available. Even though these are, for the most part, I don't have any major cracked areas or anything, but they are warped, so eventually I need to use the heat gun to carefully soften them up and flatten them out again. Alright, let's get that ramp out for now. probably should put some music on or something, but my Royal Rumble stream from yesterday, or a few days ago, whichever one it was, got muted when I went back to the video on demand. There was a section that was muted because some people were sending me links for wrestler theme music to listen to, and I had the phone close enough to the microphone that it picked up, and it actually blocked that particular section. Amazingly, it didn't block the sounds from the game itself, which I had happen on like my first couple of streams. Alright. Oh yeah, there's a lot of bulbs in there. And look at this. So even taking that off, this whole wood block is on top of those screws for the plastics. So the entire wood block has to come off. So we'll do it. Looks like it's only 4 screws holding it on, so that shouldn't be too bad. My fear is I'm going to take it all apart, and then all the parts are going to be laying around here, and then I may not finish tonight, and then come back tomorrow and forget what parts go where. Mostly it's just the screws, though. Everything is pretty obvious. Usually I recommend taking pictures along the way, but this one is not as complex as other pinball machines, so it shouldn't be too bad. Most of the parts are pretty standard too. So I do have bags of common parts that for screws and these nuts and little star posts and all that kind of stuff. This game has clear star posts, which are kind of neat. I actually got a star post lighting kit. I'm trying to remember where that came from. Comet Pinball, maybe? Yeah, I think it was Comet Pinball. They have LEDs. So the star post kit is really cool. It's a custom-made PCB that fits underneath the star post itself, and then you run wires down, so it's like nice on the slingshots. You run the wires down and hook it into either flashers or the GI or whatever, depending on how you want that light controlled. And it's pretty neat. So it glows. The star post itself glows, and you can get different colors if you want to use clear posts and then have different color LEDs in there. Kind of neat, but they're not cheap. So the kit of 2, I think, was $7.50 or $8 or something. So if you were to buy them for all of the very visible star posts, that would run into quite a bit of money. But I did it for Pinbot on the front 2 posts of the slingshots. So I did a red on one side and a blue on the other, which is kind of cool. The bad thing is the game itself is bright enough that when they're lit up, unless you look close, you can't even tell. So it needs to be done on a game where it makes more sense based on the existing lighting. Okay. Wow, so this is a whole... Didn't expect that. So how do they expect me to get these bulbs out of here? They're pretty much stapled right into this wood block. So there on that camera you can see it. So I know they sell little rubber tubes that you can use to put over the tip of these bulbs and then twist them out. It's such a weird way to do it. Almost like they expected the bulbs never to burn out. Alright. Well, that's curious. Okay, so I do want to replace those though. And here's the other thing I could have done earlier, I'm sure, is just move the playfield out further. Let's see if I can set that up there. I don't want that to fall. Enough wiring, I think. So having it out like this is convenient if I could get onto the side. So I don't think I can even fit back there to access it. Let's see if I can move Pinball a little bit. Just barely. So when I rearrange this room, I've got Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and WrestleMania on that side. I'm going to move the game I'm working on there and just have all the room instead of trying to wedge in here. Oh yeah, like RoboWar. Yeah, I think that's the key, is using that rubber tubing to get those bulbs out of there. I'm going to see if I can...
And what you gonna do, Macho Man, when the whole world full of Hulkamaniacs destroy you?
Thanks for the follow. Let me look in the chat and see who that was. Hulkamania is going to run wild tonight. What am I going to do when I can't get my Gottlieb Genesis working? Oh yeah, I've got it on the screen. I can just look up there. Well, it should pop up here in a second. But anyway, thanks everybody who's watching. This is probably super boring, but I thank you for hanging out with me and keeping me busy while I'm working on this stuff. And watching Race Drive and play itself. It's almost like I can get these bulbs out of here. Oh, there we go. T-Givo. Excellent. Thanks for the follow. Boy, these bulbs are really nasty. The sockets are very corroded too. They all work though. Let's see if I can get them out of here. They're just barely in there where I can reach them, but I wonder if I can get the new bulbs in. I didn't even think about how many there were here when I ordered those other bulbs. I should have enough for them though. I think before this stream is over, I definitely want to be playing some pinball, so at some point I'm just going to move the cameras over and we'll play Royal Rumble. Because I was trying to get the Royal Rumble mode last night, and we got really close. Last night or 2 nights ago, I don't think it was last night. I have a weird sleep schedule, so I lose track of what day it is. I know it's Wednesday now, but I think my stream was maybe Monday night. Screw that. That's taking too long. I don't want to fidget with that too long. These in the bag here. Cat kit. Hey, Rolling Wonder. I saw you followed the other night, and I don't know if I gave you a shout out for the follow, but thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I like to watch repair videos too. That's why I like, usually Paulie does his repairs on Wednesdays, but he's trying to get ready for a tournament, so he's doing a lot of gameplay this week. But yeah, some of these games, I mean, the real repair is going to be on the board in the back box, and I'm not exactly sure the next steps I need to take to fix this thing. Probably not smart to be leaving the power on either, but whatever. I'm kind of curious if how it actually played some music earlier and reacted to whatever it's trying to do. But I'm kind of curious too. if I just leave it on, what'll happen. Sometimes they say you can't get worse, but I know it can. It's very possible. Alright, well, slowly but surely these bulbs are coming out of here. You know what's gross about buying some of these old pinball machines? Before they come in my house, I usually open them up outside and I go through them really detailed to find any spiders and spider egg sacs. And I'm always worried about bringing a game in that's been in storage that has a big spider egg sac that lies dormant, and then like months later the damn thing hatches and then I've got spiders throughout the house. That is a disturbing thought. So even my arcade games and everything, I'm really careful to go through and clean them all out. And there's only been a few machines that I brought home that actually had a living spider in there, and they were primarily Daddy Longlegs. But I took care of them. They didn't come in the house. But my fear is always an egg sac that I don't find will hatch. Because some of these games, when I pick them up, they're out in like an old barn or a warehouse or something, and they haven't been touched for a long time. And occasionally I'll go through and I'll use some spider spray, and I'll give it a pretty good misting around any of the openings, so that way no spiders want to get into them. I know it sounds stupid, but I don't like spiders. We get enough of them in the Northwest as it is. We've got the stupid giant house spiders that are exactly what they sound like. They're actually not dangerous to humans, and they're really beneficial, but they're big and fast. And they make weird webs in the corners of rooms that are actually like platforms that sit in the corner, and they sit on the platform instead of getting inside of, I don't know, it's really gross. My parents' house, they bought an old church organ and brought down to their basement, and within months they started seeing literally hundreds of these giant spiders, and that's where my fear of the arcade machines with egg sacs came from. Because I never thought about it that much until they got infested from that old organ. And literally those spiders, for years, it took years before they started to die down in terms of the numbers. They put out those sticky glue traps, and in one night they had 18 stuck in one of the glue traps. And they're massive. They were like the size of a silver dollar, like with the legs and everything. Disgusting. And I've only had like 2 of them in this house. Most of the ones I see around here are tiny. Got ant problems. That's the biggest problem these days. I gotta get ant killer. But at least they haven't got into the pinball machines yet. Come on. These 3 are not wanting to come out. There we go. Yeah, the scared stiff with the motorized spider. Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind fake spiders. I just don't like the real ones. Actually, I love Scared Stiff, though. That's a game I would love to have. We just had Wizard World Portland about a month ago, and Elvira was at the show. And amazingly, she will show up one day just as herself as Cassandra, and then she'll show up one day in the full Elvira makeup and costume for pictures and autographs and stuff. So you can actually get a photo with her looking pretty much amazingly like she has always looked. Obviously with a lot of makeup, but she has retained her looks very well. And I definitely would love to have her sign a Elvira Pinball Translite at some point, but I would also love to own the pinball machine, not just the Translite or the back glass for it. But somebody talked to her recently. There was an interview, I mean recent as in like in the last 6 months maybe, or a year, where she said she would love to have another pinball machine themed with her. And I think they were talking with, is it Dennis Nordman? They were talking to him about possibly doing another one, but he's kind of not in a position to be able to figure out the licensing rights and say one way or the other than he said he would love to do one. And I think for a while they were actually in the works trying to make it happen. And that was around the time that Whoa Nelly was coming out. And I don't know if it ever happened or if it's ever going to happen. But it'd be pretty cool. Okay. I'm going to just test and see if I can... I'm going to use the whites. I may end up using all my whites in this thing. You know what I should do? I should color match based on the body part colors that are on the screen here. But do I have enough of those colors? Cool whites. These are all the bendies. There's some yellows. Those are going to be for Batman. A lot of these are wedge style. Oh shit. So these ones, let's fix this camera here, get a better angle on this, maybe. So these ones don't have the dome. They've got 4 surface mount LEDs, so they're much brighter. And I think that could look kind of cool, but I do like the domed one, so I think I'm going to stick with that. But I also just spilled all these all over. What I need to have is a nice toolbox with those clear drawers that you can just organize and put all of these in their own compartments. And that's always a good idea when you have red and orange. They're almost identical, but one is red, this one's orange. And they're so close. I actually bought a kit from CoinTaker, and CoinTaker sells tons of LEDs. And even a few of those came through where I ended up getting reds in places of orange or the other way around. The good thing is, for the most part, all of the LEDs I've ordered, I've only had a few of them that were bad. And most places that you order from, these ones that are bulk Chinese orders, you get what you get, and there's no returns. But most of the places you order in the US, they're going to give you a refund or replace them if you have any bad ones. Alright, so here's some blue. We're going to go with blue for the arms. This is going to be tricky to get them put in here. I'd almost be tempted just to tear these staples out, put them in, and then staple them back together. But they've got the ground wire soldered on. We'll try it from the top. I don't know if that... Let me look and see if this camera over here is even... maybe just shooting up against the wall. It is. Sorry about that. Let me twist it this way. Maybe get a better view of what's actually happening here. Top down seems to be okay. The bad thing is, because the game's not working, I won't even be able to test this. That sucks, because I think these would look really awesome. But it's good motivation for me to figure out what's really going wrong with this thing, but I kind of think I'm going to have to spend more time researching online my next steps of how to troubleshoot. So the tricky part here is you have to push it in against the spring and then twist. And once it's pushed in, getting that twist on these domed tops is near impossible, but they feel like they're locked in, so I think I'm okay. Alright, so there's the 4 arms. So I gotta get 5 orange. And again, I gotta be careful to get the orange and not the red. Let's look orange. Count them out first here. You know what I could do? I can test these in an open socket just to verify the right color. All of those look orange. I think I'm going to take off the plastic here on this slingshot, and I'll use that socket to test. Yeah, I got 10 orange and 10 red in this bag, so there's a good chance that one of those is red. I think I got them all orange though, but we'll see. Yeah, look at that, it's red. Looks good though, but it's not the right color. I bet they're all red. So let me see if I can find some that are really orange. Supposedly I had 10 of each in here, and I bet I used them all in Pinball. But I only had red in there. Maybe I don't have... Oh, that's orange for sure. You know what? It's also possible that red and orange look identical in both their light and the little ring, because these really do look orange on the ring. And I bet that they... just there's not enough differentiation between them. How's that pink? So this one is white, but it may be pink. Oh yeah, look at that. Interesting. So yeah, obviously I haven't tested these out since I got them, other than the few I used in Pinball. I guess I'm just gonna have to go with these. And then the reds. I'd really rather them all be domed, but let me try one of these bendies. I haven't seen any that look particularly orange, but sadly, I don't even have enough matching domed red or orange. I've got 7. Alright, I'm going to use 5 of these. Oh, I see there's Accident 1980. Thanks for watching, if you're still here. I gotta remember to look up there every once in a while. Once I get this back on, I think I'm going to try to get the ramps put back together with the new ramps on there. And then move over to the Royal Rumble. So I'm not sure what time it is. It's almost 11 o'clock. I've got a really early morning training webinar that I have to host, so I can't be up super late tonight. Come on, that one stupid bulb. Problem is, when I start playing the Royal Rumble, I want to keep playing it. It's such a great game. Oh, I didn't want to put that one in. Well, shoot. These are going to be hard to take out if I have to take them out. Oh, not that one. Well, I've got access to the back box up here too. I'm going to power it off once I put the table, the playfield back in, and then reseat all of the connectors, and maybe we'll get lucky. Well, I'm tempted to just say screw it on this, because I can't get that out. So let me put in the greens. 3, 4. These are for the leg lights. And if you guys have never seen Genesis gameplay, the stream I did the other night, for about the first 10 or 15 minutes it actually worked. I just had a really weak flipper, and I was able to complete the mode to get the Fembot displayed, so I highlighted that in my clip. So in the video on demand there's a highlight of just that particular portion of the gameplay, which is kind of neat. But there are some really good videos. If you go out to YouTube, you can find some cool videos too, and the music is fantastic. It's really good. It's very odd, creepy 80s music that is a great match for this theme. Alright, so I'm going to put in... I don't think I'm going to be able to even get these in there, these flat ones. These bendy bulbs are really cool because, of course, like the flat ones, when you put in a socket, it just shines straight out. But these ones you can put in a socket, and then you can like bend them around to point at other areas. So they're great for like inserts. They have weird sockets that you can point them into the right spot. And then even for GI, sometimes you can use those if you want to really point the lighting off in a different direction or be a little bit more focused. But for me personally, I don't like GI to be exposed bulbs like this, because then the light just goes straight up, and usually it just goes straight up into the plastics, and you get like a little circle on the plastic, and it doesn't really disperse the light onto the playfield. Like the GI is general illumination, it's supposed to light up your playfield, So that's why I like these domed white ones, or sometimes color matching. Most of the time I prefer, especially on an older pin, to keep with like a warm white or a cool white that really is illuminating the playfield without making it too gimmicky. Because if you put too many colors in, then it just washes everything out and it doesn't look good. Some people like that look though, but not me. Oh, old rubber band. Yeah. Wow, I actually got it in there. Problem with these flat ones, there's nothing to grip onto, so you just have to line it up, get the notches lined up, and then push in there, and hopefully there's enough friction to twist it into the bayonet socket. Nope. I gotta get that one in there. And once it is in there, there's no way to twist it. Okay, I'm done with this. I'm leaving it as it is and I'm putting it back. I will deal with it at a different time. Too frustrating in this position without having exactly what I want in there anyway. Yep. So that metal piece right there is the glass channel, and it's spaced out by these screws once they're all placed in position. yeah, so this has a new acorn nut on the top from whoever worked on it last time before I bought it, but the actual screw that goes in the playfield is super corroded, which is why it took the entire screw out rather than just the nut off the top. And if I had my proper pliers, I could probably get it separated here. I'll try these. And yes, I'm using wire strippers as pliers. Okay, that was easy enough. Another flasher. And the funny thing is, I'm going to have to do this again once I get the new rubber. I actually have a rubber kit, but I don't think it was... Let me double check just to be sure. I don't think it was for this game. No, that was the Batman kit. But I started using Titan rubbers that I put on my Firepower, and I really like them. They're made out of silicone instead of actual rubber, but they tested the bounce rate based on like the urethane ones, like the Super Bands, and then the Titan rubber was a mixture that they developed that actually has the same exact bounce as original black rubber, but you can use any color you want without affecting the bounce. Whereas natural rubber, if you go with white rubber, it bounces more. Red rubber is a little bit softer. Black is pretty standard, but all the different colored natural rubber has different properties. Whereas the Titan rings, no matter what color, they're all the same, which is pretty awesome. So far, I've had really good luck. A few people have mentioned they've had a few snap, but look at natural rubber just falls apart. And from what I understand, the rubber in this game was replaced maybe within a year before I bought it. So that's only 3 years with pretty good amount of play actually. But actual rubber is not very durable. So I'm going to order quite a few kits of the Titan to install on pretty much everything. Alright, so that's good. That rubber all of these tiny ones, they're all cracked. So I'm going to use that kit and just put black ones on for now, because these are just falling apart. Flasher back there too. So I'm kind of curious actually with these flasher sockets I mentioned earlier with the LED flashers. When you put those in, sometimes they will turn on immediately rather than only turn on when they're supposed to flash. And that's because there's a capacitor in line in some games. Most games actually will have a capacitor that warms up the flash bulbs, so that way when they actually flash, they're not going from cold to hot and then break over time. It extends the life a little bit. But with LEDs, it only takes a tiny little bit of energy to actually flash an LED. So this is all brand new black rubber, and this is just pure natural rubber. And this is a specific kit for Batman, so there may not be. It doesn't actually have the little ones. Yep, it doesn't. The funny thing about these, if you're ever buying pre-made kits, the pre-made kits are almost always developed based on the manual that comes with the game. And almost every situation that I've come across, the manual in the game was probably written prior to finalizing the playfield, and oftentimes they miss a good amount of the rings that you need. So there are some websites that have custom kits that people who own the machines have actually put together and fixed and corrected. So oftentimes if you buy just a regular kit for like 15 bucks, you should probably buy a bunch of extra pieces too, just in case. Or just have a generic, they have like grab bags that just have a whole bunch of stuff. Those are nice to have on hand, just to have, you know, whatever you need. So I'm not going to put anything on there. Let's go ahead and try one of these flashers out. They are in, oops, that goes back over here. Not that bag. Another bag of flashers. Oh, of course. So here are the these are the sleeves for the coils, and I used one out of another kit yesterday because I couldn't find where I put these extra ones. And of course they're sitting right here in a pile because these ones I actually bought for Pinball, and they're too long. We had to trim the one that was on Genesis here, so they sell them in different lengths, but you can always just trim it yourself. Alright, so here are some of the flashers. I got 10 yellows and 10 purples. There's a bunch of yellow domed bulbs. Alright, we'll try it out. And these may be the same type of situation where I have to do it from the underside because the socket is so low, there's nothing to grip onto here either. So it's even with the playfield. But usually if it's going to flash, like if it's going to just light up from the residual power, I would have seen it light up by now. So that's a good sign. Does that mean, oh, I think I saw, no, maybe not. Thought one of them looked like it lit up. Oh, it did. Wow. So there is a tiny bit of power. I don't know if that camera up there can see it. So look at that. When I press down, there's just a little bit of power there, which that's not really that bad. With LEDs, that's what they call ghosting. That's not too bad for a flasher. So when the actual flasher goes off, it'll flash really bright. But like on Pinball, that little bit of ambient light is enough that it looks like it's glowing at full strength. And then when it flashes, it doubles the brightness. But that's not too bad, so I'm okay with that. The problem is I can't get it to lock into the socket from up here. So I'm just going to take them out, but I'm going to have to go take the sockets off from the bottom side to finish those up. And that's probably what I'll do on the other one too. Okay. So I'm going to screw the plastic back into position. There's the little screw for that. Let me take a look and see who's still watching. I don't know if this app even updates. Oh, we got Chodesley in here and Lord Squeak, Al Anonymous, and the Vilder. Thanks for watching, guys. Really appreciate it. Hope this is interesting. I don't know how interesting it is, but obviously you guys are in here, so thank you so much for hanging out here. And it's 11:15, so I'm thinking within the next half hour or so, I think I'll have this all put back together where I'll move the cameras over and play Rumble, or I can move it to WrestleMania. So I guess at that time I'll ask which one you guys want me to play, and then I'll set it up and play one of them. Oh, that goes to that. Okay. That's all for that one. That gets the chrome nut, which I don't like these, but put them back on there. It's kind of funny, those chrome nuts. They're used by Gottlieb on almost every game. And I guess when they're new and shiny, they look kind of cool, but the plastic nylon ones are so much better. Because these metal ones, they can actually get bent too. So when they go on there, if they get bent, when you try to take them off again, it causes problems. And they don't really hold tight either. I'm not sure what the idea was behind those. Here's one that's bent. So the cap is just rounded. And then the threads, there's really no threads. It's just folded up. So the bent edge here goes into the threads. And you can, I guess if you try to over tighten it, it just pops to the next thread. So there's no way to really over tighten it. But when it's metal on metal, if you have corrosion on there, they can actually corrode together and get stuck. Good. I'm not going to put that back on until I get those lights finished. So earlier, if you weren't on when we were taking these plastics off, when the game crashed yesterday, the ball was actually, there was a ball in the lock over here, which is weird because usually that means you're starting multi-ball, and it wasn't, we weren't starting multi-ball. So it must not have kicked out, and I didn't recognize because I was paying attention to chat or something. Hey, there's CNK. How's it going? And we got Ferris 419. Yep, WrestleMania machine signed by Hulk Hogan. I've got one right over here, so we'll probably play that one after I get this put back together here in about a half an hour or so. The retail cost on those is like $85.95 or some ridiculous amount, but depending on the distributor that you go through, you can get a pretty good discount. And I would guess if you buy from people who already own them right now, you can also get a pretty good deal because they are not very popular, but it's awesome. I love it. And mine has the little Hulk Hogan signature plaque on there. And when I took the glass off, the plaque is right on the center of the apron. And I was taking the glass off, and normally I take the glass off from the sides, but for some reason I was off and I had my hands on front and back of it, and I pulled it down, and right as my knuckle came by, the knuckle dragged right across the K of Hulk, and it wiped the bottom part off. So that really sucks. But I'm really hoping if I contact the distributor or Stern directly that they have an extra little plaque that they can send me to replace it. I've tried to contact Hulk Hogan at the beach shop because they always tell you to send in stuff you want signed. and they never replied to me. So I think maybe they're not supposed to sign these because they were limited editions. They don't want people forging them or something. I don't know. But they never replied to me on that. But oh yeah, I saw you playing the other night. Yep, I was playing WWF Royal Rumble, which is the Data East game from 1994, and then I also have the new version of the LE WrestleMania from last year. So we'll play one or the other tonight. Yeah, Stemmage, Robot Guts. Yeah, this has not been a fun situation with the Genesis game. I need to do a lot of work on it anyway and clean it, and I've got these new ramps. But yeah, it's kind of a pain right now because the game crashed yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was. We fixed the flipper, and then the game just crashed. And now it's powered up, but occasionally it kicks in and then it starts playing the music, which is great music, but there's nothing on the displays. Occasionally the LED flickers up here, so something's going on with it. My guess is there's a board issue because I tested all the fuses. Fuses are fine. But there was an issue where the ball that normally locks for multi-ball was sitting in here when we opened it up. So it's possible that that coil locked on and then did something. I don't know. So I'm going to try to get these new ramps on. The new ramps are really cool. So let me compare. So here's the old ramp. Purple. And the new one. This is for the other side. So they kind of sit like that. But man, these new ramps are so nice, so much thicker, way stronger, a little bit heavier, more durable. They're not going to crack on the front edges like these do. And being clear, all the nice color from the lights and the artwork underneath is going to just shine right through. It looks really cool. And I've had these for quite a while. Actually, I think these were maybe late last summer when he did these. So we just unboxed them tonight. Yeah, this is this one. Now what's kind of funny here is it's only held on by two screws, and then the ramp itself drops right down into the this little kick out hole down here, and then it has a one-way gate to kick it back out. And usually it kicks it out immediately unless you've collected all, like in this one, this is the arms ramp. When you've collected all 4 letters of arms, then the next one that you go in there, it locks it in place and it holds it for the multi-ball. Then you kick out the next ball, and as soon as it hits over a rollover lane, then it drops and you get 2-ball multi-ball. But yeah, the clear is really cool. Oh yeah, cool. All right, Rolling Wonder wants to see the WrestleMania LE, so we'll do that. That's actually a lot easier to set up too because it's closer to my cameras. Right now, like this camera up here, I have on a boom stand that is extended pretty far. I actually had it fully extended over the top of this one when we started playing this the other night, and I had to put a counterweight on it, and it was like bouncing around a little bit. All right, let me get the long screws here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, mine's signed. I've got the signed plaque on there. Blue ramps, the original ramps are purple. So they're the kind of weird pinkish purple color. I have seen some blue ones too that were cast out of blue acrylic that was really nice. And I think this is PETG. It's a little bit stronger stuff. But yeah, the pink is kind of funny. And that's one thing the game is known for, is these weird pink ramps that look kind of like fallopian tubes. Which I think was the intention, since the game is about building a female robot by collecting her body parts. Alright, there's that screw. Kind of excited to see these clear ramps in place. That post is weird. So there's another little screw hole down here that gets covered up by this ramp flap. The problem with these stupid flaps, though, both of these on each side, these little bumper posts were pulled up and out of the playfield, and you can see how they were tightened so tight that they dug into the wood. And then this one, it looks like maybe they drilled the hole open wider for a different screw or something, And then there's nuts on the underside. They're like T-nuts that hook into the wood that you can screw into. And of course, when you unscrew them, they just fall off. Because they're not supposed to be unscrewed from the playfield, other than when you're trying to access, you know, the ramps with these flaps. I'm hoping that, and I know that Cliffy Protectors make these flaps, so I could order a couple new ones. There's also some protectors you can put on the inside of the ramps to protect against the broken edges. So you can see here how these edges are all shattered from the ball hitting front on, or, you know, crashing into the sides. So there are protectors that you can add to it. This is strong enough stuff, though, that I don't think it's going to be necessary. Where's my other screw here? Alright, I think that's the right one. And I mentioned this earlier when I was pulling these ramps out. Most games that have ramps, like Royal Rumble, where the plastic ramp goes into the playfield, they actually have like a little recessed area that's cut down where the thickness of the ramp sits down in the playfield slightly. And they usually still have, you know, one of these metal ramp protectors that go over the front edge. But look at this. When that's tightened down, let me pull this camera over here to get a better view. When that gets tightened down to the playfield, this ramp is sticking up really far. So it's definitely going to continue launching balls up into the glass. So I don't know if you can see with the clear, but yeah, there it is, flat flush. And then when I let go, it comes way up. So it'll continue hitting the glass until I get new ones. And I really can't bend it down either, because if I bend it down, the problem I notice is going to happen guaranteed with these in here. Maybe it'll fix it when I tighten everything down, but guaranteed, the ball doesn't always make it around. Sometimes it gets up here and then comes back, and as soon as it hits that, it's just going to sit and get stuck. So that sucks. The other solution actually is to shave the bottom, like to get sandpaper and sand down the bottom edge, so it's a little bit more of a sharper edge that will go flat on the playfield. Maybe that's the smart thing to do. It's tight up there. Yeah, that's locked in, so once that post goes in, I'm going to get lots of air balls. Alright, next one. Alright, so this will be tricky because I'm not exactly sure where that post, I think, yeah, right there. Yeah, I have to route the playfield. Yeah, that usually they do that, and they have that little bit of a, you know, a little gap or something that the plastic will sit down into. But the artwork, you can see the artwork goes all the way across. They never did that. They just screwed it flat, and that's because these purple ones are really thin. You know, not too thin, but you know, thinner than these are for sure. So I think I can probably get away with it by sanding it slightly. But the way that they create these little screw hole things, it levels it flat with the playfield and then goes up. So it's actually partially supporting the ramp itself. But this stuff is so strong, I think it'll be fine if I lightly sand the edge. But I'll have to go back through the thread on Pinside too and just kind of get an idea for what other people did on theirs. Yeah, this one is really got a big jump. But this one was already bad enough that the post was sticking up out of the playfield and hanging like that. So when I screw it down, it's going to be better than it was, for sure. But I do like the look of it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Remember to keep an eye on my screen here to make sure my cameras are lined up properly for you. Alright, so let me put the slings back in. And actually, while I'm here, I've got... Let me change the camera angle again. Move some of these out of the way. Let's see the sling. On here, I might as well put in the GI. Yeah, look how much brighter that is. And with that dome on there, the light just really shines out. It looks really good. Oh, this is broken slightly. Yeah, I'll compare that. So, you know, the LED cool white domed, frosted domed to a standard incandescent. That's a pretty massive improvement, and obviously I need to come in here and wax and wipe all this stuff down. It's got a bunch of gunk on there, but just looking at that, once all the GI is replaced with stuff like that, it's going to look so awesome. I'm going to do that side too while I'm at it. Okay, wait a minute. Did I lose the other? No, there it is. I used it on a different one. These stupid acorn nuts. Alright, so that's in. Let's do this side. Yeah, the ramps, as they come, the flaps are the ones that I had on the game already. So I'm just reusing those for now. You can actually get new ones from Cliffy, and you can buy that material too. I didn't realize that until recently. You can actually buy sheets of this super thin metal and just use shears and cut them, and I think you can even cut them with regular scissors, but they're not going to be as precise. So the Cliffy ones are really nice. So I probably should order those. Oh yeah, and the mic is too far away from me. It's aimed at me properly, but I have it on... It is on Omni. There's the unidirectional. Maybe that'll sound better. Testing, testing. Yeah, improvement is all subjective. Yeah, that's true. Incandescent is really nice. This is the cool white. On like Royal Rumble, I use the warm whites that are the same thing, but they have that yellowish incandescent look, and I actually do prefer that too, especially on a game that's older. But this one, because of the theme, being that it's like a mad scientist with this electricity kind of stuff going on, I kind of like the slightly bluish look of the white. To really accent the colors of the playfield itself, which will look really good once I wipe it down and clean it and get all the dust off. So again, I'm getting the post is coming up with this nut. Yeah, I agree. A lot of LED upgrades are not good, and I always try to do very tasteful upgrades by sticking to the, not going full color for everything, just kind of going with either a warm or cool white based on the theme. Sometimes I'll do like color matched inserts underneath, but for GI I really prefer to stick with like the warm whites. The cool white though I like in this game, but like in Royal Rumble I went with everything being the warm white frosted. I really don't like direct LEDs, like the ones here, the flat ones, like that, if you can see on there. Those ones I like, you know, under the playfield is okay, or in the back glasses. But even in the back glass, I really like the frosted domes because it kind of softens out the light around it instead of having like spotlights that are pinpoints, which some of these actually do too because they're so bright. They'll actually pinpoint on there. But like on Pinbot, the lights that are behind the Pinbot colored face, I got on Pinball Life's website, they had a little shield that you could mount on there, a 3D printed shield that keeps all the lights within that little box. And it looks really good. And so I actually put in the straight bulbs, and I think maybe some frosted on certain ones like yellow, because yellow doesn't show up good as an LED at all. It's not very bright. But it looks great the way it's set up now. But yeah, anytime you can see the bulb, I want it to be domed and frosted. And C&K is asking, where do I order the bulbs from? Most of the ones that I used in the past were from pinballbulbs.com, and they're actually just like a half-hour drive away from here, which is pretty cool. But these ones that I have now, a friend of mine did a huge bulk order from China, so I was a little leery about them, but then I saw the games that he had been upgrading with, and they look pretty good. And so they cost significantly less, but they've been pretty decent, and most of the ones that you get, even in the US, they're buying in bulk from China, or you know, having different quality. So there's like the Ghostbuster ones and the premium ones, but I've compared these to like the Coin Taker ones, and some of these do have ghosting issues, some of them don't. It's kind of a mix, so it's a little hit or miss there, but for the cost savings I think it was a pretty good deal. And I actually do like the dome. The domes on these are really nice and smooth, and they distribute the light really nice. But I don't know the name of the distributor he buys from. Yeah, LEDs and exposed plastics, yeah. Well, even the frosted ones, depends on how the plastics are set up. I really don't like to see super brights, and in some cases, like on Freddy, the GI I left as incandescent and then only did LEDs under the playfield and where it's completely covered, where it's going to be like these pop bumpers where they're just smooth and soft. But I went with the GI I left as just incandescent, which for Freddy is cool, but Freddy's such a dark table that I need something to brighten it up. It's just almost too dark. So I'm thinking maybe I'm going to get spotlights that I can aim, you know, up towards the front somehow. I don't know, some way to brighten that table up. Alright. But I really do like the way this looks in here. And if you're not looking directly at it, even if you do, I mean, it's not like looking into one of these surface mount ones. But I do like how it cools down the look of this game, particularly because of the industrial. Even in the Translight is like that kind of black and white, washed out, you know, low saturation tones. I think that's going to make the game look a lot better when you do have color matched inserts for the body part lights. They're going to stand out a lot more than they do at this time. But I've seen Genesis go over the top where people have put so much purple lighting or pink bulbs or whatever, and the whole thing glows purple. I really don't like very overly purple looking LED kits. And there's a lot of them out there, and some people like that. But I prefer it to be, if I'm going to do LEDs, I want them to be a little bit more traditional, you know, simple color matching, but GI, either warm or cool white. Let's see, how do I install them on the ramp? Did it require a press? Install what? Do you mean the metal anonymous? The metal here was already on there, and they're just screwed down. But the ramps themselves were actually vacuum formed. So there's a guy up in Washington that just recently did the Gottlieb, the Genesis ones, and the WWF Royal Rumble as new ramps, and they're just vacuum formed PETG, which is really nice. But hey, there's Polly. I had you on the stream earlier, so I was actually watching your stream on the big screen on the wall. Let me move this camera here. So up on the wall there, I had the big screen with your channel going on while I was working on this, and that was before people actually came into the room here. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, thanks for coming in. So let me catch you up here on what's been happening with this Genesis. So I think you saw when we fixed the flippers the other day, and then the whole thing just kind of crapped out. It's powered up right now, obviously, and occasionally the music will start to play. I went through, I tested all of the fuses. The fuses were all good. The wiring underneath, I saw some kind of crummy repairs, but I don't think had anything to do with it. Just like little diode. There was actually a repair on one of the pop bumpers. The diode was duct taped on rather than soldered on, so I definitely need to fix that. But it wasn't the pop bumper that was giving issues last night. That was this first pop bumper, which for some reason wasn't detecting it wasn't popping when I hit the little plastic here. It would occasionally, but not always. And then we also discovered when I took the ramps off that underneath the left ramp there was a ball in the kick-out hole, which usually only happens when it holds onto it for kicking out for multi-ball, which wasn't happening in the mode I was in. So it's possible that the coil there, something happened to it, or a sensor, I don't know, a switch or something, I don't know, something wasn't working on that. And then when I hit that drop target, that was what killed it. So I'm guessing a lot of it probably feeds back to the board on either the switch matrix or possibly the transistors or resistors on the switch matrix up here that may have flipped out. And I hope it wasn't anything like like a short, where when it triggered one of these that it shorted something else. Because occasionally I get up in the back box here, let me turn it around. So up in the back box here, this LED will come on and flash. And that's all. There's the manual with that beautiful fembot woman there and the little guy. The manual doesn't have any troubleshooting or anything. There's no error message warning, anything about lighting, you know, if it flashes a certain number of times, what that means. So who knows. Yep. Oh, and there's 10 Spence. Cool. Thanks for coming in. So we're just trying to get this thing kind of wrapped up. While I had it open, I figured, all right, I'm going to go ahead and put these new ramps in. I really like the look of them, but the metal flaps are going to cause massive air balls because the ramps are thicker than the original ones, and I've got to get the posts back in there. But I need to get a new rubber kit, so before I do too much, I need to order the rubber kits because I don't have any, and these ones are falling apart. And I got to tear it all apart to put the rubber in anyway. So I'm going to order like Titan rings for this. And then I figured, well, I had it open, I might as well put some LEDs in there. Because I got all these LEDs I haven't tested yet, so. But a lot of these, like the flashers, most of them I have to access from underneath the table to go in and pull the sockets off. And then back here, so this backboard is where the body parts light up. So it tracks every time you hit the ramps or the different spots, it gives you a letter. And so I took all the incandescents out of there and I put in the domed color matched. But it's so weird, when you take this off on the back, they're not like screwed in sockets, they're actually stapled down, and they have they've soldered the ground wire all the way across. And so you got the wiring harnesses which don't have Molex connectors, so you're kind of stuck trying to get in here to get to them. And they don't come out of here, so to be even able to reach in here, you need one of those like rubber tubes to take light bulbs out or something, and I don't have that. So I got all of the incandescents out except for one that I couldn't get to twist out of there. And then I didn't have the reds, I didn't have domed red ones, and so I tried to put in these flat ones, and there's just no way to get in there and twist. So I got one in and figured, alright, I give up. Give up till I get the right stuff that I need to do it. And I just want to get it put back together, and then we're going to move over and play WrestleMania, because I got to get some gameplay in. Got to do that before we wrap up tonight. And it's already getting close to midnight, and I've got an early morning training session that I host, a webinar. So we'll play for maybe an hour on WrestleMania or something. Have you tried turning the 5-volt pot? I have not. So it's very possible that the 5 volts, something happened, because these Gottlieb games are known for having issues with their grounding and with the power supply. And I almost have a feeling that even if the grounding was done, which it hasn't been, the special mods that they require or they recommend, I think the plug itself, somebody cut the ground plug off. So even if it was done, it's not grounded anything. So I got to fix that. I actually bought a new power plug with all the stuff to rewire it in. to get that fixed. But all right, fix to rescue 911 by doing that. Yeah, it's very possible. And on this game, I'm not exactly sure where that would be located, if they even have that option in here. Or if it wouldn't be on the transformer, I don't think, but because it's got the heat sink up here. Oh, it's probably that right there. Yep. Alright, well, I'm not going to mess with it right now. Partly because I'm too fat to fit between the 6 inches I have between these games to get in there comfortably. So I'm already wedged in here kind of tight as it is. And that's only temporary. When I get the other games out of here, I'm going to move whatever game I'm streaming and working on into the middle of the room or off where I can have space to work on it. Because this is a little bit ridiculous. Let me squeeze out of here for a second. Alright, well, Paulie, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I enjoyed watching the America's Most Haunted earlier. But thanks for stopping in and checking it out. And we're going to move over here to WrestleMania here pretty quick. So have a great evening. Okay. Get all my bulbs out of here. Most of these are going to be going selectively into Batman. Oh yeah, here's more reds. So eventually I can get those other reds in there. But yeah, I'm going to get Batman done. I bought a kit from pinballbulbs.com that was like a sample kit. And there was actually like at least one of every bulb that they offer included in the kit. And that was more than enough to do almost the entire Batman game on the playfield. But I had to compromise on a couple colors that I need to change out. Although I did use a pink LED, which I never thought I'd use. But I used a pink one on the left side. There's a spot on the plastic where Tim Burton's face is there. And the pink actually amplified the color of his face perfectly. It looks really good, and I really was not expecting that. And I mostly used it because I had it, and I needed something there, and it looked good. So that was pretty cool. I didn't expect it to look that good. So this is weird too. Now that I'm seeing it with the lighting here, let me move the camera. So look at the playfield with this lighting. I don't know if that's clear coat. It looks like it's spilled from that post. But there's Mylar on here, like factory Mylar, so, but you can tell like the clear on here is really not looking good, but that looks like it's been brushed on or something, like somebody tried to, maybe somebody tried to make a repair and brushed it on. Pretty nasty looking, actually. It's like pulled up there. Weird. Well, again, like I said, I got a really good deal on this, and it's a fun game as a player's pin as it is. So it'll look better when I clean it further, but certainly not a super beauty. But that's alright. It's hard to go wrong when you get a pin that, for the most part, worked completely for $500. That didn't require any work for 2 years until now, so not a bad trade-off there. Alright, I'm going to try to balance the camera again. Does that microphone sound any better now that I switched it over? I think now it's on omnidirectional or unidirectional. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this is wax or not. It feels like it's hardened clear coat. That's not going to come off. It's almost like Elmer's glue. Boy, I bet that... Could that be? Could they have glued Elmer's glue in there as like a... trying to use it as like thread lock or something and then just let it pull down? Boy, I bet it's possible. Hope not. Alright. Ouch. Whoa, shit. Sorry about that. Camera just fell and hit the glass. Alright. Yeah, I definitely gotta get onto the forums and look into the Gottlieb repair forums, because I actually found a great website. They had a ton of stuff about that, and I'm definitely gonna have to get in there because it's gonna be board for sure, board work. I'm certain of it. All right, so I've got everything on that's gonna go back on for now. No start button, nothing. Nope. Alright, powering her down. What do you want, cat? I do like those clear ramps, though. I think that's really neat. Yeah, take a look at that beauty. Leave it right here. Not gonna mess with that tonight. Alright, let me move cameras so it's gonna get shaky here for a second. Oh, I don't want to unplug that. Alright. Going for a ride briefly to untangle a cord. Get a nice little random tour of the messy living room here. Alright. And this one, let's get the microphone out of the way. Alright, I'm going to switch this back, the microphone. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's on Omni now, so I guess it was on the unidirectional before when we started out. So this should work fine for this. The upper playfield cam. I need to go get my screen set up. I'll be right back. And there's Xyloom. Thanks for coming in. We'll get some gameplay going here in just a minute. Wow, that actually looks decent as it is. I still got to get the other camera there for the DMD, but not bad. Okay, so now I can see the screen a little bit better. Let me adjust this. The cameras are all on auto focus, so I may have to go in there and turn the autofocus off for the playfield cam. That's probably okay. This one, do for the DMD. How am I going to do that? I have a clamp somewhere over here. Yep, there we go. I'm going to try to clamp it onto the side here and point it at the DMD. Oh, well, that's not what I intended to do. I wonder if I switch, I'm going to have to switch the camera sources so I can have the face cam. How do I want to do this? Well, just for the sake of time, maybe we'll just leave it like this. Let me go double check the settings on the playfield camera. Alright, I think that looks okay. This camera needs to go up a little bit. Alright, so let me know if the volume needs to be adjusted, if it's too loud or whatever the case is here. Let me switch my chat window back over. Yeah, with XSplit I found, because I have 3 of those C920s, the C920s, Logitech software sees them all as the same camera. So I have separate software that can identify more than one, but I put a third one in, and it only sees 2 cameras, so it's kind of a crapshoot of which one it decides is camera 2. But it looked like it worked fine. Hopefully the lighting is okay on the playfield. It looks really dark over there, but turn this. Oh, it's too dark. I move my softbox back a little bit. Alright, we'll try that out. Oh yeah, okay. So Paulie is still here. Want a rundown of WrestleMania? Yeah, I can actually. Yeah, the Royal Rumble. If you look at my highlighted, I did a highlight of my best game, which was the last one. It was a 1 billion point game where I was just trying to go for the Royal Rumble Wizard mode. But yeah, if you watch that, it's like I think 10 or 12 minutes or something. But that'll give you a pretty good idea of the modes. Yeah. So WrestleMania, this one is with the new code. I'm sure they have the new code on there. It's a lot different strategy for scoring. So I found that the best scoring in WrestleMania at this time is to go into the tag team multi-ball mode and actually pin. So you have to hit this pinfall pocket up there in the ring during the tag team mode while you're balancing all the balls at the same time. And you can get like 25 to 30 million per pinfall. And if you get lucky, you can actually rack up 100 million just in one tag team mode, which I have only done once. It was pretty amazing. But the thing with this game is you have several different modes that you go into. So if you're in a one-on-one match, then your goal is to get into the ring and complete the match. If you're not in a match, then there's a lot of stuff you can do down below, like starting your tag team mode, so you can work on your tag team stand-up targets and then the tag team start hole over here on the left. That's usually the best way to do it. If you want to have a tag team title match against Legion of Doom, then you have to get the Money in the Bank briefcase by timing your plunge, so you actually stop when the light is lit and the ball rolls back after it touches that switch. And it's pretty tricky to do. Yeah, so a lot of times you'll go past. But the nice thing is if you go past it, if it was at least lit, it gives you credit for one attempt. And if you make 3 attempts and miss, it actually will give you the briefcase. So technically on your third ball, or if you get extra balls.
Macho Man,
Well, there we go, we got a follow.
I
I can't read it from here, but I'll catch it on the chat here in a minute. But thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. When you actually go through and collect the Money in the Bank, then your next match, whether it's tag team or a one-on-one match, will immediately go to a title match. And in the case of like points, I don't know that the points really are affected that much by whether it's a title match, but then you collect more as you go through. I've still actually not made it to the Intercontinental title mode, which is the Royal Rumble mode, or the World title mode, which is the WrestleMania mode. And at least on this version, I think the Intercontinental mode... Alright, so I just hit the referee knockout multi-ball. So I'm in a match, the referee's out, so you can't finish the match at this point, but you can get a lot of bonus points up in the ring. So the longer you're in a match, and the more damage you do to your opponent, then your match winning bonus goes up really high. So you could get like 30 million points just for pinning an opponent if you do a lot of damage to him. In the new code here, it also turns off the upper flippers, so after a certain amount of time, depending on the mode you're in, the upper flippers will just shut off and drain the ball back to the lower playfield. But at least for me, the hardest thing about this game is just learning where on the flipper to flip to then hit those ramps and then hit the horseshoe return underneath the ring, because the entries are very tight. When you're actually not in a match and you hit these ramps, it'll actually loop all the way around and come down the other side, which is pretty awesome. And you can get some really good combos going. Although I'm not sure how that affects the scoring yet. I haven't really paid that close attention to the non-match type scoring. But like right now, I just won this match, so I'm trying to pose. And when you do your posing, so I got 3.8 million as a bonus there, and I didn't even really collect the pose bonus, because you have to hit the the lit shots for posing, and then you have to hit that pinfall to collect it. And it's all timed, so you got to do it within the timer. Jeez. Yeah. All right, we'll talk to you later. Yeah, there will be video on demand left over, so you can always go back and review it. The one I did that was like 4 or 5 hours was pretty good. That was the first day that I had uploaded the code to the system. Oh, the Space Moose. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. All right, so here's the skill shot. So as this lights up on the ladder, you can see on the DMD, maybe not. I don't know how well that camera's picking it up. But there's the individual skill shots that you can use. There's also a mode here where you can auto-launch by clicking both of the flippers in. And if it's lit, you get whatever prize is there. And it's not all, like the advance your bonus multiplier. If you use the auto plunge, it'll give you a 2x multiplier if that's lit. If you actually do it properly and get the ball up and roll back, you'll get 3x multiplier. So you do sort of get something. So like right there, 1.25 million as the bonus, plus I'm at 2x multiplier. There's also what I just used there. There's another follow. Thank you for the follow. I'll have to check on the chat here when this ball is over to see what name comes up there, but So the wham arm that I used up on the top of that ramp, I haven't really determined whether it gives you good points or not. But see, now we've got the tag team mode started since I dropped over here. So now we've got the tag team lined up on the DMD. You have to hit the ramp into the ring and it starts tag team mode. And this is really, can be a very lucrative mode. So let's see if I can even hit the ramp. There we go. Alright, so this is a 4-ball multi-ball. And it has a ball saver for a while. So the point at the beginning is you just want to keep the balls up in the ring and not worry about them down below. Try to get the ball up into the pinfall using the slammer flippers. Alright, so now I don't have the ball save anymore, so I wanted to save those. The other cool thing about tag team mode is you can actually hit the tag team startup targets and this flashing tag team on the left, and you can actually restart the mode if it doesn't end before. Oh, it's gonna go down. So essentially you're tagging in your partner if you hit that spot before you lose all the balls, and then it will reset and put all the balls back so you get back into 4-ball, which is really good. That was a really bad multi-ball. You can score really heavily if you actually make pinfalls there. Yeah, Xylem, this is a, it actually plays really well. The code update was really significant in terms of making the logic behind the code way better. Let's see if it shows. Oh yeah, there's Polly B is now hosting. Cool. Well, thanks, Polly, for 4 viewers. So whoever's watching right now, we're playing WWE WrestleMania LE from Stern. And I'm not really...
What you gonna do, Macho Man, when the whole world for
What you gonna do, Macho Man?
Destroy you.
Thanks for the follow. I'll check your name in the chat list here in just a second. Alright, so at this point I don't actually have a match going. So when you're in the ring, there's really not a lot of bonus points or anything available without an active match. Essentially it's using, there's like a fan interaction meter that you can build up. Oh, I knew that was going down. So you can build up your fan interaction by completing the in lanes and out lanes. And then you can complete the in lanes at the top, and it slowly builds up and you get more points for those non-match interactions in the ring. Thank you for the follow, Remy76. Really appreciate you stopping in and watching, checking out the game. Alright, so I'm going to try to start the tag team mode, because that's really where you're going to get the most points. But it's kind of tricky. So when you first start a brand new game, a match is automatically started, so you always have a one-on-one match to begin with. You can, of course, choose from 8 different wrestlers that you want to play as. And really the only difference is the animations change in the music and the call-outs and stuff. So it doesn't really affect points or gameplay much. It's just personal preference. So let's go with The Undertaker. I'm going to try for the Money in the Bank. Ooh, look at that. Got it. And it didn't register. I should have got it. Well, that's a bummer. So Undertaker versus Seth Rollins. So I'm in a one-on-one match. So right now, I just want to complete this match as fast as I can. Which means I got to get in the ring. And when you roll through a lit rollover lane, it improves your attack. So there's the pinfall. And it kicked out at 2. So you got to do more damage by hitting those the lit targets on the other side of the ring. And there's even, there we go, that should do it. Back elbow. There we go. So now I'm posing after the match. Fell out. So that was really bad job of posing. Alright, so now that the match is over, then I have the option to drop these drop targets in the middle. And if you drop them twice, then it starts the next one-on-one match. Or if I want to go for tag team mode, I have to hit these flashing tag, the stand-up targets, and then once those are lit, or solid, then I've got to hit the drop, or the hole here on the left. And then every time you start tag team mode, you have to do this more often. Like, the first time you just do it once and it starts, the next time you got to do it twice. And there is a skill shot bonus that will advance your tag team target once And you can even initiate the entire tag mode by using the skill shot if it's timed properly. Alright, so there's the first target. So let's see if I can backhand the second one. There we go. Alright, so now I've got to hit this flashing tag team and drop it in the hole. This is a really hard shot to hit from the right flipper, because you almost have to flip when it's almost going to fall off the tip there to get it to go up in there. So let's see if I can do it. Nope, too late. Oh! I looked away at the chat for a minute. Oh, you met Terry Bollea a few years ago. That's cool. You know what's really funny? So, I don't know if you're following Hogan's lawsuit with Gawker, but yesterday on the stand, one of the lawyers was asking him about claiming to have a 10-inch penis, and he says, no, that's incorrect. Hulk Hogan has a 10-inch penis. Terry Bollea does not. So he was clarifying that the character of Hulk Hogan is very well endowed, whereas he is Terry Bollea, the human, is of average size. This was all under oath in a court of law and broadcast live to the world. That's Hogan for you. Alright, so that was the advanced bonus 2x. Since I didn't hit it, I just bypassed it. It gave me the double bonus, but not the triple. So someday I definitely would like to meet Hulk Hogan and get like an autograph and a photo and all that. He's one of the few that I haven't met in person. I've seen him in person, you know, wrestling and at WrestleManias before, but I've never got a chance to like actually meet him up close. And he was always, you know, as a kid, a huge hero. You know, of course, as you get older, they always tell you don't meet your heroes because you'll be disappointed, but you know, he was always such a big part of my life. It's just a cool thing to be able to meet somebody like that, I think, despite all of the issues that are going on right now with him. Alright, so we're currently in our tag team mode. And again, the goal in this mode is just to get the ball up in the ring and make a pinfall. And sadly, I'm already down to 2 balls. And I don't have the stand-up target lit. So that the right tag target on the right side there, stay in. If I hit that, then I have a chance to actually tag in. Come on, oh, stay. I'm trying to separate these balls here. Dang it. There we go. Calm down. Okay. So now I have the tag light here on the left. So if I get one of these balls up into that, it'll kick out an extra 2 balls, I think. Almost. Alright, so that's not what I wanted, but let's see if I can do a separation here. These flippers are really powerful. Well, that's not what I wanted, but stay in there. Dang it. Ooh. Come on, come on. Alright, let me hold on to this thing for a minute. Oh, C&K, your brother-in-law used to live with, or live next door to Hogan. Yeah, he's still in Miami, but they sold that big house that was part of the reality show. Oh yeah, that's right. Weren't you talking about going fishing? Fishing behind his house? Like, watch out for those 24-inch pythons in the grass out there. Oh, man. Oh, but look at that. That's interesting. So in the code, they must have added a little bit of a ball saver so you don't have those brick shots that drop you right down. Because it's still got to shoot again. That's interesting. I wonder what I did to get that. So it's kind of pointless right now to be bouncing around in the ring because there's not really a lot of points up there. So like 25,000 fan award points, that's nothing. It's almost not worth wasting time up there. So I'm going to try again for the tag mode. There we go. Ooh, come on. So I want to do a post pass. There we go. Trying to get into that tag, flashing tag spot there. Oops. Alright, so I accidentally started a one-on-one match. So now I have the ring announcer announcing The Undertaker to the ring. And I've got to go up the ramp to start the match to actually have my opponent listed. There we go. Versus the Iron Sheik. Look at that. Tombstone right off the bat. Took all his life down. Gonna break my back and make me humble. Sheiky baby, I drop you on your head and make you humble. Come on. And the Iron Sheik, always a self-promoter, like any good wrestler, posted a letter to Hulk Hogan and the lawyers and Gawker. That was really all self-promotion for his documentary movie, which is available now on Netflix. And is actually a really great documentary. If you're at all interested in the life of an immigrant, making his life pretty good success here in the U.S., and then falling into drugs and alcohol and becoming a crazy internet sensation, and then redeeming himself. It's a great documentary. And what's odd is, of course, at the time the Iron Sheik was popular. He was the ultimate bad guy in the early 80s, of course being from Iran and fighting Hulk Hogan. Hulkamania started when he defeated the Iron Sheik in January of '84 for the World Heavyweight Championship. And the Iron Sheik always tells people that he was actually offered a large sum of money to legitimately injure and break Hulk Hogan's leg in that match. But out of his respect for Vince McMahon, he did not. But who knows what to believe in the world of wrestling. Yeah, that's cool. I love the animation on this game. They did such a great job, especially when you look at like the tag team mode. When you have 4 guys out there and there's 8 total wrestlers to choose from, there's a ton of different combinations, and I went in Pinball browser and you can actually review all of the frames of animation, and they have every possible combination animated. So if you choose one guy, your partner can randomly be selected against 2 other partners, and then they actually have both camera angles from both sides of the ring, including the moves, the double team moves, and the reaching for a tag. Pretty amazing, actually. It's a lot of work that they put into making this almost like an interactive wrestling video game on the DMD, all controlled by the pinball machine. Very cool. Oh, I did it. I didn't look like I did it, but I made it. So now I have the Money in the Bank briefcase, which means the next one-on-one match that I start, or the tag match, will actually be a title match. So I would kind of like to start the tag team mode, but I have to finish this first one-on-one match to begin with. So the game always starts you out as a singles match to begin with. Whoa. Versus Roman Reigns. Oh man, I can tell my table is slightly leaning to the left. I balanced it out before the last stream, but my carpet is kind of settled now, and I can tell it's kind of like pulling. And usually when it rolls down here and you hold that little flipper in, when it comes through, it drains perfectly right along the edge of the flipper, or the slingshot, so you can catch it. And that time it was hitting the top and bouncing it over, which is making it very risky to be able to drop it off there. So let's see, what do I want? I'm going to do the advanced signature move. There we go, launch into the ring. So what that does is the next move is more powerful. There we go. Flying crossbody into the pin. There we go, won the match. Alright. So now I want to do yes chants all night long. Terrible. Yeah, you can tell right there it was pulling to the left. Alright, so now I technically still have the Money in the Bank. So from what I understand is when you collect it, it carries over if you don't cash it in. So I'm going to try to start tag team mode. And the tag team title match is against the Legion of Doom, which is Hawk and Animal here on the slingshots. Oops. Alright. Aw. Kapow. Alright, so at this point, on the skill shot, there's advanced tag team mode. What that would do is simply give me this stand-up target, and it would activate the side. So I guess I might as well do it. So now I only have to hit the tag team mode on the side, which technically, if I get the ball to fire out the left side, that's the easiest way to do it. Oftentimes when I intend to get up there, I can't do it. And when I don't intend to do it, it goes there all the time. And sometimes inadvertently it'll bounce in from the upper side. So I'm actually going to try to bounce it off of this upgrade signature move target and maybe send it through the pops. Because sometimes you go up into the pops and it'll fire it right out into that spot. Oops. Oh, and sometimes you can backhand it, that little flipper, and get it up there too. Come on. Oh, stay in. Damn. And that was ball 3. The funny thing is, the harder I try, the worse I do. When I just play it and don't even think, I do better. Sometimes that's the way to go. Alright, we're going to go with Triple H. Oh, plunged too early. So you can probably hear it too. I don't know if you can see it, but I've got the shaker motor installed in here, and it's so powerful for this game. When you hit like special moves, it vibrates the game, but when you hit a finisher, the entire game like violently vibrates. And I've got the these little pop vinyl wrestlers that match the guys on the back glass, and every time that happens, they start moving closer and closer. So if they jump down on the glass, it's gonna scare me. Whoa. Damn, I didn't. Thought that was going to have enough momentum to get over to the other side. Too hard. There we go, that'll do it. So in the operator settings, you can actually adjust the difficulty of the matches. And I think all that changes is how much life each of the wrestlers are given on their life bar. So it just means you have to do more damage before you can get a successful pinfall. Alright, I don't have the money in the bank this time though, so I still want to do that tag mode. Because even without it being a tag title match, if you actually make pinfalls during that mode, you get big, big points. Trying to get at one of those weird flips off the tip of the flipper. It's not such a full-powered flip, but let's try it again here. Oh, almost. Sometimes the flippers are so powerful that even when you get it to go up through here, it comes in with such velocity it jumps out of the hole onto the right side. Yeah, that was too fast. Let me see if I can. I'm going to play around with this a little bit. I guess you still need to see the DMD though. I was going to say I was going to redirect it onto the the side of the playfield there, but that's all right. Oh, yeah, look at that. Went right up in there and bounced back out. Hold on, I'm going to move those off the top here. Oh, my little vinyl guys are about to dive off. Love that music. Alright, we'll go with Sean. Oh, look at that. That should have counted. It was lit, it went up, and it rolled back. Sheamus. So one bit of trivia that's kind of fun. Whenever you see the referee on the screen, the referee is actually John Trudeau, who designed the table. Which is pretty awesome. And he's also the designer of the new Ghostbusters game that's coming out. And I saw some leaked 3D renders and sketches and images of what that's going to look like, and I think it's actually going to be a lot of fun. Of course, it falls under everything with Stern is the code is very important. But this game is a pretty good example of a game that was actually not very fun for a year, and then when the new code came out, it's actually quite a bit of fun and more playable. Still not perfect, but definitely playable. And there's logic to the modes and the progression. I'm going to go with the... I guess I'll try to shoot it again. Oh. Claimed I got it, but at least I got the ball saver. Good. Okay. So let's finish this match. So that wham arm there, when you clothesline the ball off that top ramp, supposedly the bonus it gives you is progressive and it grows every time you do it, but I've never seen it more than 500,000. And the thing that kind of sucks about it is when the ball's coming off of this upper ramp and you hit it to hit these targets, the ball collides with the playfield pretty hard right here. And if you look at the right angle, there's little dimples everywhere. And the more play that this gets, the more damage is going to happen on that spot of the playfield. And that kind of sucks because for as little plays as I've put onto this thing in the last year, that's a lot of dimples there. So I'm not completely pleased about that, but for the amount of points you get, it's not worth the damage to the playfield, I think. But in this new code, supposedly, you can get some massive points off of that, but I've never seen it. Alright, we'll go with John Cena. Ooh, not hard enough. Versus The Big Show. This match occurred at WrestleMania 21 for the United States Championship match. John Cena's first WrestleMania. Didn't even try to nudge that in. Yeah, Stern did a really good job with this. The code, and one thing that I think was a big deal is when the game came out with the code in very unfinished position, they created a year-long King of the Ring tournament. So anywhere that was like an IFPA tournament and they had a WrestleMania machine, you could play it and they would record your score. But the duration of this tournament was till the end of 2015. So all the way through December 31st, which almost guaranteed that no code update would be released in the middle of this tournament because that would significantly change the way the points were calculated. So that kind of sucked because people were just praying that there would be actual code updates, and there were a couple, but they weren't gameplay updates. They were mostly little bug fixes and stuff. So it was nice that the large code update came fairly shortly. It was in early February when it came out. So I know they had been working on it pretty much all year. But I also heard that Lyman Sheets, of course, is in charge of all the code at Stern, that he actually personally worked on this to help get it set up and ready to release, which is great because, I mean, he did an amazing job with Metallica's update. Almost all Stern tables, like when they first release, are so unfinished in the code that, I mean, they're really rough to play in terms of trying to progress, you know, get any kind of progression or modes or anything. Yet they always seem to come through with a really good code update eventually. So if you wait long enough, they're going to fix it and make it work. But yeah, I'm really impressed with the animations that they included on here. Especially considering the LE mode basically doubled the amount of work they had to do, because you have the 4 wrestlers that were from the Pro, plus the 4 legends that were added to the LE model. So that adds exponentially a lot more work and animation, especially like I mentioned with that tag team mode. Alright, so here's the ref knockout. So you'll see a dizzy John Trudeau on the DMV. And this mode's pretty cool because it's basically simulating, like, in the middle of a match, the referee gets knocked out. Then you can have an extra ball, which is like your extra partner, come in and help you beat up on your opponent to do damage. And there's actually a ton of new animation they've added in this code update. So there's like the partner that came in and just ran off. One thing that I think is pretty amazing, if it'll come back, when you're wrestling in a match like we are right now, when the ball is not in the ring, the animation shows like the barricades and the crowd behind. And then when you go back in the ring, then you see the ropes behind your opponent. So it actually differentiates between when you're in the ring and out of the ring, including the animations for hitting all these pop bumpers and all the targets down below. Show them, whip them into the steel steps on the outside, or bash them into the announce table. And then when you're in the ring, it's only wrestling moves. So yeah, so you can see the barricade there with the crowd in the background. And there he gets thrown into the, oh man, down the outlane. Throw him right into the barricade. Really impressive. Yeah, I never realized CC was never finished. Yeah, there's a lot of games that the code just never gets done. Like X-Men, I think it was X-Men, was like 3 or 4 years before the code came out. And it was a massive improvement. Like, people were selling those off left and right at low prices. And then as soon as the new code came out, the game improved a lot and the prices went way back up again. Because people wanted to check it out, and it made a significant difference in the game. Yeah, Metallica, the first version of Metallica, I remember playing that when it first came out, and I had a lot of fun playing it, but, you know, it didn't have any wizard modes. A lot of the modes that the instructions said were there were not enabled, which the same thing on this pin. All these modes here, they weren't even relevant on that for the first year that I had this, until the new code update. So some of these still are not exactly accurate to the way the code is, but it's a lot closer. Alright, look at all these moves here. Irish whip to the rope, back elbow. Just got to get up in the pin. Come on. There we go. So this part's pretty tricky because you have to time the moving lights with the ball, and those slam flippers are not precise like a regular flipper. Stay on there. The way these slam flippers work, they're just like slingshots, but they're bigger, and the actual arm that actuates in there is not centered. It's closer to the bottom side. So when you hit that, you have to figure out the right timing for the ball to come close, and then also the angle. And it's very awkward. Once you get it, it's not too bad, but it's really difficult to get in that pinfall. And then with this spinning disc, which is an exclusive for the limited edition, the spinning disc takes away a lot of that momentum, and it sucks the ball to the center and drains it, and it really throws everything off. So it's kind of a cool idea, but I think it spins too much. And in the old code, it didn't spin enough, and so they changed it up, and it really changed gameplay significantly. So I think they can still improve that in the code. Oh. Alright, there's second tag team stand-up. These outlanes are pretty tricky. But they do have, you can see there's break, hold, and kick out. So this flashing one here, light break, hold, and light kick out. If you hit those, I think you got to hit them 5 times, but then it lights the kick out or the break hold meter. So when you go down the out lane, it's not an auto ball save. What happens is it actually gives you a ball that you can plunge for another skill shot, which is really cool. It's actually kind of a neat strategy where you might actually want it to go down an out lane if you have those lit to give you that access to the next Money in the Bank skill shot or advancing your bonus or whatever the case is. Didn't get it. One of the other things that's kind of funny, because these ramps are so narrow and hard to hit, sometimes it's better, like in this case, I would have been better off letting that roll down and just go down the drain and give me the ball save rather than trying to flip it myself. So right now I can advance tag team, there we go, and that'll kick in since that was the last tag team shot. Now I just have to hit up the ramp again, and now I've got the tag team title match, so there's the belt up there. Oh, come on. Oh, shit. Oh, that is lucky. But the tag team mode won't start till I actually go up the ramp myself.
Oh, yeah!
There it is. Tag team title match. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. I'll check in the chat here after this mode is over. Hope you're enjoying watching the game. Alright, so this mode can be extremely lucrative for points. I just got to get the balls up into the ring. And while I got ball saver on, I should be focused on the ring. If you can get the pinfall, that's where you get big points for pins. Come on, I got to get these back in the ring. It's really tricky because you're trying to balance everything down below and use those slant flippers up top to try to get the pinfall. Come on. Alright, so I got to get this up into the ring. There we go. Stay in. There we go. Dang it. Ah. Sometimes in multi-ball you can actually hit those kick out and break hold shots a lot easier. Come on, get in there. Man. Oh, come on. Stay in. Oh, it was almost in the pinfall. Oh, man. So that sucks. So there, my multi-ball total for the tag, 1.7 million. Whereas if I would have hit at least one of those pinfalls, that could have been almost 30 million for the pinfall. Ugh, that's super frustrating. Look at that little bonus. Nothing. So I think there's still some point balancing issues they can correct in the code too. Because unless you are like hitting those pinfalls, that's the only way to score big, is to actually pin and complete matches. And hitting that target is so damn hard. But you can really rack up points in that mode, especially the tag title mode. Thank you for following Swagstica. Thanks, hope you're enjoying the stream there. And let's see. Yeah, the spinning disc in the ring is only in the LE model. In the Pro, it just has a flat surface that has the WrestleMania logo, which probably is better in a way because you can actually hit your target a little better. Because even if the disc is not spinning, just like any game that has like an insert in the playfield, like a window or something, the ball will actually catch on the edge, and sometimes it'll catch and it'll throw off the trajectories, and it's kind of tricky. Yeah, I think they can really... It works, it randomizes the stuff in the ring, but because the game, at least in this version of the code, the previous version, they turned it on where if you couldn't get in that pinhole, if you did enough damage, then it would eventually KO your opponent and the match would move on and you'd go on to the next mode. So I think they need to add that back in here, whereas if you do like 3 times the damage required to win, that it becomes a KO or some sort of a way to or a submission or some way to finish the match without hitting that hole, you may not get the bonus of a pin, so that would be fair, but the match would then end and you could go into a different mode. I think they do need to add that, just because at this point, if you can't hit that hole, the game will not progress. You can't finish a match if you don't pin them, which is kind of tricky. Oh, one other thing. So I don't know if anybody's paid that close attention to the music on here, but I've used the Pinball browser to go in there and replace a lot of the songs, so that the game itself has like the current Raw and SmackDown theme and main event, and some of the songs in there that are not even that recognizable. But I went through and replaced them with the classic Raw theme from the '90s. I put the one from early 2000s in there, the Attitude Era Raw theme, which comes on during the tag title match. Then there's the Union Underground song that they used like in 2001 or 2002 through 5, somewhere around there. So I changed up a lot of the music. And then this camera, I think you can see the Titantron screen above the ring here. I actually created that WWF block logo and this WrestleMania animation and replaced the animation there, because the game came with the current WWE logo, which doesn't have the F on it, and it's the current, like the one that's on the playfield here. So they had that as a 3D spinning logo just like that. But this game is the retro game, and so it needed to be authentic. So I went through and I actually built that 3D model and animated the spin and replaced it. And I did the same thing with the WrestleMania logo. That came off of a Coliseum Home Video VHS tape of, I believe it was WrestleMania 7. And then they had a Mean Gene report where they would say WrestleMania report, and I did the same thing with Pinball. The letters that said report would come up and then spin in those white letters. So it's very authentic to the era, and it looks way better. So anybody who wants to do that has this game, you can use Pinball Browser, which is available on Pinside from a user. He has a thread on there that allows you to go in, even with Metallica, pretty much any of the games, but I helped him do the testing on the Spike system to get that working. But it's a great program, especially the music pins for AC/DC and Metallica and Kiss. You can put in any versions of the songs you want on your own machine. So like the Kiss game that came out, they re-recorded all those songs because of, I forget which member it was. Somebody in the original recordings, they didn't have the rights to in the current game and the current version of Kiss, of the band. So they re-recorded the songs, and they're different than the original recordings. So you can actually go back and replace the songs with the versions that you grew up listening to, which is pretty awesome. And in a game like this, where you can put in wrestler themes and change them up, and even the animations, when you choose a specific wrestler and they go to the ring, it shows their entrance video that normally is shown like on TV when they come out to the ring. You can go in and update that. You can put in custom videos that for any of the modes. I think you are limited to the same time as whatever the original animation was, though. So you have to, like with this, I actually cut it properly to fit the perfect frames that were in the original animation and the speed and everything. But I love it. It changes the whole game for me to have that classic WrestleMania music in there, the classic Royal Rumble music, and the custom videos that look like the VHS tapes that I watched as a kid. Very cool. Yeah, so Swagstica. Every stream I show a different machine. I've actually been playing mostly on this one, and I have the Royal Rumble machine next to it. And so I can point the camera over there. So you can see there's several games here in the lineup. So I played Royal Rumble earlier this week. I've been working on this Genesis that's broken over here. I spent like the first couple of hours of this stream working on that. Then I've got Pinbot, and then there's a Freddy Nightmare on Elm Street on the end. And I actually wanted to stream that one, but I don't have enough extension cables to get all the cameras over to that corner by the Ultimate Warrior over there. So eventually we'll do that. I've got to rearrange this room slightly. So the game that I'm working on will go in the back corner over here, but I've got Mortal Kombat machines and WrestleMania Arcade, and then of course you can see the driving game, or maybe earlier, the race driving game, and then there's Road Blaster's Cockpit. I do want to stream those too, so it just varies on, you know, what I'm feeling like for the night and how I can get these cameras over here. And actually in my messy office over here too, you can see over there there's the Lethal Enforcers, RoboCop, Bad Dudes, and then there's a 4-player WrestleFest. But it's a ridiculous mess in there right now, because I'm busy in there working on my computer during the day, and stuff just piles up as it does, as it tends to do. Oh, and while I'm looking at here, here's the back glass. So it's got Hulk Hogan, Rock, Austin, Undertaker, and the Andre the Giant on there. And this back glass, part of the LE, the limited edition model, is it's actually a mirrored back glass. So you can't really tell on the stream, and it's hard to tell in here because I don't have a whole lot of light or stuff going on. But all these electricity bolts, and there's like little splatter effects and stuff. It's actually mirrored in the back, and it's a real glass rather than a translate, which is pretty awesome. Although I've heard that the mirroring is not true mirroring like the old Williams games and the classic pins. It's actually like a Mylar printed process or something. I don't know. It looks good. I like it a lot. The other thing that was cool about the LE model is the pin itself. So if you look down here, the rails and the lock bar, it's actually a traditional style lock bar. Let me unclip this and I'll show you. So here's the side art. So the side art's unique. There's Ric Flair on the back there with Triple H, Paul Bearer, Road Warriors. There's Shawn Michaels and Jake the Snake Roberts. Pretty awesome. And then on the front, we've got classic Vince McMahon. And of course you can see the legs these are all gold. And then I got a custom shooter rod or a shooter knob here that was 3D printed brass, or I don't know if this one wasn't brass, but it's gold. It's actually like 24 karat gold plated. And then it has the WWE logo engraved on it. And then, of course, Bobby Heenan, Gorilla Monsoon over there on the side. The greatest commentators of all time. I don't know if you can see down there, but there's Hogan and Andre, Scary Sherry, Yokozuna, Sergeant Slaughter, Bret the Hitman Hart, Rowdy Roddy Piper. There's Cena and Edge, Jimmy Snuka. Unfortunately, there's no Macho Man on this game. They did not include Randy Savage for some reason, even though they put him in the Hall of Fame last year when the game came out. So kind of sucks that Randy Savage was not included, but my guess is because they worked out the deal for the Hall of Fame right around the same time that this game was coming out, that the legal paperwork to have him set up as a Legends contract and his family to get the financial benefit of that probably was not completed in time for the cutoff for the artwork in the game itself. So that kind of sucks because the Macho Man really should be part of this game. They do have the Iron Sheik, the $1 Million Man, and Junkyard Dog, and Jerry Lawler on the surface here too, on the apron, which is pretty cool.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Yeah, Pin Browser works for Sam and Spike, and it's amazing. If you own a Stern game, you got to use it. It's so fun. You can really customize to your liking any of the audio in the whole game, including all the DMD animations. So if you really want to, you could go in there and redraw your own DMD animations. It's very tedious, but you could do it. And there is support for Smart DMD, which I'm not exactly sure. I mean, it's not color DMD, it's a Smart DMD, which I think allows you to have a limited color palette. And so it does have support for that as well, but I'm not exactly sure how that works. I don't think that works on Spike games. I feel like my voice is going out. I've been talking for so many hours now. So when you actually get to the Royal Rumble mode of this game, which I've never done, you get a multi-ball mode, and then the goal is to actually kick the balls out the sides of the ring, which is like simulating throwing a guy over the ropes in the Royal Rumble itself for elimination. Dang it. Yeah, no Blackjack Mulligan. No, he did not make it into the game, but Jimmy Snuka did, which is pretty cool. But of course, like with the whole issue with Hulk Hogan, WWE is not going to promote this game one bit until they work out the deal with, you know, Hogan's lawsuit. Once that's over, and then they kind of bring him back into the fold, which really sucked because I was so hoping that they were going to do a big job promoting this game, and they didn't. Even last year at WrestleMania, I expected them to have like a whole setup of the Fan Fest at WrestleMania with tons of these pinball machines out there, because that was before, you know, Hogan was part of last year's WrestleMania. It would have been a great cross promotion. And so from what I've heard, there was a guy that was in the chat a week or two ago, and he said that they did have like 1 or 2 pinball machines set up at the Fan Fest, but I didn't see them when I was there. but I know Gary Stern was there because he posted pictures of himself out front of the stadium for WrestleMania. Look at that. I love how those ramps loop all the way around. That was something that wasn't in the first version of the code. Oh, come on. Oh, damn it. There's gates up here that allow you to... they're controllable gates, which is also a limited edition feature that allows you to open up the gates. So if you're not in a match, the ball will go all the way around and loop. If you are in a match, the gates stay closed and are one way, so the ball is forced into the ring. But the way it used to be on the old code is the ball always went into the ring even if there was no match, and the flippers up there were always active even if there were no targets to hit. So the new code makes it so much nicer where if the match isn't started, the ball stays flowing very fast and you get a lot of stuff going on in the lower playfield, which is awesome. That was probably the best update they made as part of that code. Oh, too much. They also changed the way that your multipliers are set up too, which may, for better or worse, I don't know. But the old code required you to complete the rollover lanes at the top, and then that would advance your multiplier. Now it doesn't advance your multiplier; it advances your fan level or fan interaction. That's good or not, or what it does in terms of points. And so now, if you want to advance your multiplier, you actually have to drop the drop targets over and over and over, which is kind of nice actually, because that starts a match. So you drop it twice to start a match, and then when the match is started, if you drop them continually, that's how you start building up your multipliers. And I think each one you have to progressively add an extra series of drops. So I've yet to get to 5x in the new code, which I think may only be practically possible if you do the advance multiplier to 3 on your skill shot, and then you advance it twice by dropping drop targets. Yeah, all-knowing wrestling genius. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I grew up watching wrestling since, I think, '87, when WrestleMania 3 was about when I first got into it. My grandpa had always been into it, but I never really started watching it with him until probably around '87 or so. And that was, of course, Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant, 93,000 in the Silverdome. What an amazing event that was. The match itself, not so great when you go back to it, but man, what a spectacle. Andre was such a huge star at the time, and Hulk Hogan really was only like 4 years old at that time. But man, to get 93,000 people to show up for that, incredible. And that's still the record for any attendance for any technically indoor event for WWE, for wrestling in general. I think the Pope actually beat that record not too long ago, maybe within the last decade, at that very location. So the Pope drew more than Hulk Hogan, but it took him a long time to get there. But this year, in just a few weeks in Dallas, Texas, at the AT&T Stadium, they're expecting, they have over 100,000 seats to fill, and that's a pretty big number, but I do think they're going to do it. So I've already got all my tickets. I'm actually flying down there in just over 3 weeks, and I'm super excited for it, even though I really am not excited for any of the matches. But the event itself is just such a spectacle that even if the matches aren't great build-up, you know, it's still going to be an amazing, fun time. And for me, my favorite wrestler of all time is The Undertaker. And so I promised myself years and years ago that I was going to go to every WrestleMania until he retires. And so this will be the third one since I decided that. And like I thought for sure the first year, like WrestleMania 30 was when I was like, all right, I'm going to go. Because you have to buy these tickets like a year in advance. So when they go on sale, you don't know who's going to wrestle or when or what the deal is. And with injuries possible, everything changes. And usually you know pretty good after the Royal Rumble. So around January, February, you start getting an idea of where they're going. But the tickets are usually long sold out months prior to that. So for WrestleMania 30, I bought like the top of the line package, everything, and I sat ringside for that. Pretty certain that would be Undertaker's last WrestleMania. And it wasn't, but it was the WrestleMania that Brock Lesnar defeated him, and was the first time the Undertaker had ever lost at WrestleMania. I still don't think that was the right decision for them to do. But it certainly was a shock, and it was a moment in history that I'll never forget, and I'm so glad I was there to witness that. Especially given that The Undertaker is my favorite of all time. To be there for that moment, that was unbelievable. It was pretty incredible. But then again, the next year was nice because it was on the West Coast, so I just had to drive down to Santa Clara, which is about 12 hours south of here. But cheaper than... Me and two friends, we drove together and split the driving duties and the gas cost. So it was way cheaper than the airfare going to New Orleans. And thankfully, going to Dallas, Texas this year, the airfare and my hotel for the trip was less than half the cost I paid just for airfare to New Orleans. So Dallas, Texas, much more affordable. Jeez. I've been playing for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, Hulk Hogan, Hogan did not suplex, he body slammed Andre. And technically, that's putting it mildly. When Hulk Hogan tells you the story about body slamming Andre the Giant, he tells you about, you know, every time he says it, Andre is bigger and heavier and there was more people in attendance. And he tore more and more muscles in his back. So at this point, when he tells the story, he tore every muscle in his back, and Andre was 800 pounds, and there was 100,000 people in the Silverdome. In reality, if you go back and watch it, he body slams him, but essentially Andre gets he gives him a pretty good boost, and he basically lifts and rotates him over. He doesn't hold him, he kind of gets him over, but it was pretty impressive. It was amazing. And on TV, they protected Andre so much that they claimed he was 15 years undefeated, never been body slammed. Well, if you go back and watch, there was so many events on, you know, non-televised events where Andre was defeated and he was body slammed. Big John Studd, they had the WrestleMania 1. It was Andre versus Big John Studd in the, you know, $10,000 match, body slam challenge. And Studd lifted him, pretty legitimately lifted him, but didn't turn him over for the slam. And then, of course, Andre won and threw the money out to the crowd, which is awesome. That's like probably that, and of course Roddy Piper and Hogan and Mr. T and Paul Orndorff in the main event of WrestleMania 1. Those two are like the best things about that show. Otherwise, WrestleMania 1's not that great. And 2 is not that great either. 2 had Refrigerator Perry in a battle royal. Amazing. They actually had a lot of football players in at the time. Let's see. I need you to whisper me the guys on the Pro Translite. Wanted a launch party, but did not really know the wrestler's name. I don't have to whisper. I'll whisper it really quiet over here. You know what? I really don't know because I haven't looked at it that close, but I know that it's probably got Triple H, Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar is like featured really heavily in John Cena, and then maybe Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt's pretty good. He's actually the son of Erwin R. Shyster. Remember the tax man that worked with $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase? So they were a tag team in the late 80s, early 90s. But yeah, that's his son is Bray Wyatt, who is now like a cult leader. It's kind of like a Cajun Southern cult leader that has these big dudes that look really scary that wear kind of like jumpsuits and they have like a sheep mask and they're kind of creepy with long beards. It's actually a really good act and one of the better storyline, you know, character development that they've had over the last several years. Yeah, 3 hours and 40 minutes. And what time is it now? 1 o'clock. So I'm going to play a little bit longer, but I actually have to be on a training call in just a few hours because I'm on the West Coast and a lot of the clients are East Coast, and so I have to get up and prep and everything, so I probably shouldn't play much longer, but I'm going to. Just a little bit longer. Let's go with Steve Austin. I'm just going to plunge all the way up into the ring here. So I'm going to wait for it to get to the Money in the Bank light. There we go. So Steve Austin's very final match in WWE was amazingly in 2003 at WrestleMania 19, which happened in Seattle at Safeco Field. And so that was my second WrestleMania that I attended. And at the time, nobody knew that was going to be Austin's final match. He had been injured. He's had multiple neck injuries, but nobody was. I mean, Austin knew it, but nobody else really knew, and they didn't advertise it because they weren't sure whether, you know, he was going to be able to continue working or not. And it turned out that was his last match against The Rock. And he and The Rock, that was their third match at WrestleMania. And it was great. I mean, just like their first two matches. They had amazing WrestleMania matches, and what a feud. The WrestleMania 19 truly is one of the great great WrestleManias. That was one of the first times, or no, WrestleMania 17 and 18 were huge too. 16 was the last one that they really had like a very small venue. And that was my first WrestleMania down in Anaheim, California. So that was WrestleMania 2000. Oh, that was a bad plunge. And WrestleMania 2000 is right in line with WrestleMania 9 as people's least favorite WrestleMania of all time. For various reasons. For me, it was cool because I was there, but it sucked because that was like the first WrestleMania that The Undertaker had missed since his debut in 1990. So in almost 10 years, that was his... Yeah, it was. He had 9 wins, and that was the first... It would have been his 10th year at WrestleMania, and because of injury, he wasn't able to be there. He was there in person. That was actually the time I got to meet him and get an autograph at the Fan Fest, but he was not part of the show, which really kind of sucked. But the next year, WrestleMania 17, 17 was in Houston, which was his hometown at the time, and that was an amazing match against Triple H. Really cool hardcore match that went all over the arena, got bloody, it was great. Alright, let's see. I'm going to refresh the chat here and see what we got. So we got Osric1847, thanks for watching. Haven't seen you in the chat there, but thanks for watching here, I really appreciate it. Mopar STL. Lethal Frag's in here too, man. How's it going? Good to see you. I actually meant to go into your channel earlier tonight because I wanted to thank you for sending all those people over to the wobbly chair today. That was amazing. His slide whistle concert earlier today was fantastic, and then all of a sudden people started coming in, and at one point he had like 80 viewers, and he went up from like 60, I think he started at 62 follows and is now up to like 135, which is amazing. Although it's a little scary because he's promised at 500 followers he's going to play slide whistle until he physically dies, and the last breath will be through the slide whistle. So he's a little concerned now. He's just that much closer to 500. But thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. We also have JDD36 and Carrick134 and Blaze Dope Buds. Good to see you. And everybody else has been here for a while. So thanks everybody for watching. Really appreciate it. It is getting late and I'm about to wrap up here, but let's play a few more games. Alright, so we're going to go into, let's see, who haven't I picked? I haven't picked The Rock, so we were just talking about The Rock. We'll go with Rock. Too far on that one. Rock versus The Miz. Sounds like a terrible match to me. But I would say that about any match with The Miz. So for anybody who doesn't follow wrestling, The Miz is known because he was on the Real World MTV as a reality contestant, and he happened to be a wrestling fan, and at some point he got into training, and they hired him, of course, because he was already well known as part of the Real World, but also as a fan he was trained to be a wrestler, and eventually became the world champion and main event at WrestleMania, which was ridiculous considering there were so many guys who had been training for so many years and deserved it more. But he's very charismatic, and he was actually a pretty good champion. He's a great bad guy, very annoying, easy to dislike, so very good heel. And he was actually really good when they would send him out to do public appearances, like on Conan O'Brien. He was really entertaining on Conan O'Brien. So while I find him to be extremely generic and not entirely marketable as a character, he actually did his job pretty good. Aw. My nudging skills are terrible. I'm still getting used to it. I don't really nudge a whole lot because I feel like, at least with my machines, I don't care as much. I can move them around as much as I want, but when I play in public, I don't like to nudge because I always feel like I'm moving somebody else's machine. And it always seems kind of weird, but... Ball saver. So the music that's playing right now is the classic Raw music from the early 2000s, which was the Ruthless Aggression era is what they call it. Kind of the second half of the Attitude Era, which was the late 90s. And this was actually one of my favorite themes for Raw. It was pretty awesome back then, by the Union Underground. And then I do have the classic Attitude Era Raw's War theme that comes up in a different mode, which I forget what mode it is. I don't know if my chat is refreshing or not here. Yep. So the ramps and the entry on this game to the loop that's under the ramp, or under the ring, are extremely narrow. There we go. Once you get a good pattern going, it's pretty amazing. Especially if you don't have an active match, the ball will actually loop around the top and come back really fast down the other side of the ramp, which is pretty awesome. Alright, come on. So at least at this point I have an active match started. So the only way to progress is to actually hit the pinfall right in the center of the ring up there at the top. Without hitting that, I'm forever stuck in this mode. The advantage is the more damage I do to the Big Show in this match, the higher the pinfall bonus is. So when you actually make the pin, you can have potentially 30 million points, which is like twice the amount of my average game tonight at least. Come on. There we go. When it comes out, shoot. When it comes out the right side of this loop, almost guaranteed it's going right down the middle. So it all depends on how fast it goes through. If it goes through slow, you've almost got no chance of saving it. If it goes through fast, you almost bring it over to the left lane. Oh, that didn't go up there. So oftentimes, man, that sucked. Oftentimes you'll brick shots as you're going for these ramps. It's a very tight, narrow spot that you got to hit all these flippers to make it go up the ramp. And I'm still getting used to that flow, and the more I play, the more I'm getting used to where to hit it. But I'm not doing so good tonight at all. I don't think I've had a game over 40 million. My best game so far on this version of the code was like 122 million, and my best overall ever was like 133. Alright, let's go with Daniel Bryan. Of course, Daniel Bryan recently was forced to retire. It was about a month ago. Raw was out of the Key Arena in Seattle, which is not too far from Daniel Bryan's hometown. But unfortunately, because of concussions, he's actually had several. He was forced to retire from in-ring competition, which kind of sucks because he's really young and he's really good. But he has, he's had a lot of great success in the short amount of time he's been on WWE TV. And prior to coming to WWE, he had a 13-year career on the indie circuit, wrestling actually here in the Northwest and all over the country, and in Japan. An amazing wrestler, and he's a small guy, so he's somebody that most people never thought would ever succeed in WWE, because it's mostly big guys in WWE. And yet he succeeded despite the creative efforts of the company. And of course, people love an underdog, and he was the ultimate underdog. And they played that to a great advantage in the storylines, with him having to fight against all the odds to earn everything that he got, which is pretty exciting. That was basically the main story of WrestleMania 30, was that he had to survive a street fight against Triple H to be inserted into the main event title match, which he probably should have already been in to begin with, but the fans essentially forced them to add him to that match. And it was a fantastic match. Both matches were fantastic. Dang. Hey, there's Subfuture, our Australian viewer. Our viewer from down under. CNK, that's how I feel with nudging as well. Made a slam siren go off when I was a little kid and thought it was a huge trouble. Yeah, the tilt freaked me out as a kid too. And I almost never played pinball as a kid because I was so bad at it. Of course, being short, I couldn't see very well, and I was bad enough that paying 50 cents to lose that fast, I got more value out of the arcade games I love than the pinball machine. So I usually watch people play pinball, and that was where a lot of my nostalgia for pinball comes from, is from watching other people play it. But I remember the knocker scared me when I would hear that, and then sometimes the tilt would have like a loud siren or some kind of an alarm. And that was always freaky, so I was so afraid that I would set something off when I played. I was really gentle and careful, and I kind of still am. I'm getting a little bit more, I feel a little bit more free to do it now that I own the machines, but it's still something I need to practice with. But one thing, if anybody was watching the Royal Rumble stream on the Data East pin, I actually customized all the sounds using a pin sound board in that machine, and so the tilt sound is now Vince McMahon with his famous "You're fired" line. So when you tilt, you get "You're fired." And so I can only smile when I tilt on that game. And I just, the knocker was cut out of there before I bought it, so I actually have one to install, I just never did. I actually do like hearing the knocker. I don't like the stern knocker though, the digital squelch thing that they do, so I've turned that off for replays, and it's like one of those sounds that's like nails on a chalkboard, and when you hear it, it just makes your spine shiver. So I had to turn that off. See that spinning disc there, a lot of times when the ball is really close to going down the center, it'll have just enough momentum. Oh, dang it. You have just enough momentum that you maybe can save it with the flippers, but the spinner is spinning counterclockwise, which usually just makes the ball spin the other direction and go right down the middle. So I'm not a fan of that spinning disc, at least the way it's implemented right now, because it's hard enough to get the pinfall as it is. Alright, there we go. Whoa. Got a wild cat running through here. So during this match right now, if I keep dropping these drop targets, multiplier for the bonus. And the bonus on the previous version of the code, the only way to score high on here was to crank your bonus up to 5x and then complete all of your millions, and that way when you drain the ball you'd get 25 million as a maximum end of ball bonus. Now, because they've changed the way the multiplier works, your end of ball bonus is significantly smaller, because it's pretty risky actually to focus on those drop targets to make your multiplier go up. So that may be something that they, oh, that was a bad plunge, that they eventually change. There we go, that was a good combo. Alright, stay in. The fact that my table is leaning slightly to the left doesn't help on my nudging and some of these little rebounds that are coming off the edge of the slingshots. Alright. So we're in referee multi-ball, which essentially means the referee is knocked unconscious and we're cheating against our opponent. And we've got 2-on-1 going on behind the referee's back. And we've got the most amazing WrestleMania music of all time playing here. Oh, dang it. Alright, referee is awake again. And again, the referee is John Trudeau, the designer of the game, which is really cool. So yeah, my fan support, I don't quite fully understand the fan support concept or how it applies to the game itself. The concept makes sense, but I don't know how it applies for scoring purposes. So look at that, my pin value up there is currently at 11 million. Double what my current score is. And if I continue doing more damage, that just keeps growing up. And the highest amount I've personally seen so far was like over 30 million for a pinfall. And in those tag team modes, the pinfalls, you can get successive pinfalls with multi-ball. Look at that, 10 million, that's pathetic. You can get like 30 or 40 million on a single pinfall in a tag team mode. Yeah, is the video in the little LCD screen customer included? So it's included in the game, but I've actually customized it. So this animation of a Coliseum Home Video VHS tape of, I believe it was WrestleMania 7, and then I changed it. It was a WrestleMania report with Mean Gene Okerlund. So I cleared out the letters that said report, and then I animated the 3D letters of pinball coming up in the same style in place of it. And then I actually modeled and created this gold 3D WWF block logo, and then created it so it matched the exact frames of the existing sharp-pointed WWE current logo, and replaced it because it really needed to be authentic to this era, and they should have done it from the beginning, but legally WWE cannot have WWF block logo anymore on any new product. They can still show it on old stuff. If it's in the background, they don't have to blur it anymore like they used to, but they're not allowed to put it in new products. So this is a customization that I did. Can I disable the spinning disc? I don't believe that's an option. Of course, I could go in and just unplug it, and I might do that to try it out. You can just unplug it from the node board in there. It has little Molex connectors that you can pop off, so I could probably just disable it, which, we'll see. I might do it just to see if it plays better that way, if I can actually pin the guys more often, because the game is so reliant upon pinning people. So I may try that. Not tonight, though, but I may try it sometime. It would be nice if it was just an option in the menu, because they do have options like that, like the strength of the solenoids for the flippers and for the slingshots and the slammers. You can adjust the strength values. So it'd be nice to either adjust the amount of use the spinner gets, or the speed, or totally turn it off. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, I didn't quite reach it. So what I was going for there, the Money in the Bank briefcase is at the very top of the ladder. So if you shoot the ball up and hit the light has to be lit, and you hit the switch and then roll back, and then you collect the Money in the Bank briefcase. And the briefcase is a gimmick in wrestling that they use where it's a ladder match where the guys are all fighting to climb a ladder and grab the briefcase that's hanging 15 feet above the ring. If you grab the briefcase and then take it down off the hook and bring it down to the canvas, inside the briefcase is a contract for a title match of your choice that's valid for a year of the time from when you win it. And of course, wrestling is fixed, and it's it's a work, but they use that for story purposes. So then you have somebody who carries it around all year long, but then they can cash in anytime they want. So at the end of a title match on a pay-per-view, after the match is over and the guys are tired, a guy could run out as a surprise, throw in the briefcase, and then be inserted into the match, and then potentially win, being completely fresh over a guy who just completed a match. Which is what happened at the main event of last year's WrestleMania, Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns. They had already been wrestling like 20 minutes and were completely wiped out and bloody. And then Seth Rollins came running down the ramp, and he had already had a match earlier in the show, but he had been carrying that briefcase for almost a year. He ran down, threw it in there, the match became a three-way, and he ended up winning the title. Which is pretty awesome. It was actually really exciting, even though there's a lot of people who didn't like Seth Rollins at the time, because he had just recently turned his back on his partners and joined up with the evil authority. Wrestling is such a great thing. When it's done right, it's like the most amazing art form. When it's done poorly, it's awful. And sadly, it's done poorly more often than it's done great. But those moments that it's done really well, it's really good. And of course, when you're a kid, like, in the 80s and 90s when we were watching as kids, it wasn't that great, but it was awesome at the time because it was like real-life superheroes. The guys were roided up, they looked like He-Man action figures, bright, colorful characters. good guys versus bad guys. It was like a real-life comic book. So there was definitely mass appeal for that purpose. Whereas they don't have that anymore. There's so much drug testing and concussion testing. You know, all the guys now are a good thing for the wrestlers for sure. But then you have guys that are very average sized. And it's and for me, of course, the older I get, and now that I'm older than the average wrestler on TV, it's very hard to look up to pro wrestlers as heroes when I'm much older than they are. And in many cases bigger than they are. But that's why I still like, you know, Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker and the guys that are still active from that era. They were still my heroes as kids, so they're always going to be my heroes. At least they're fictional characters. Terry Bollea as a human. You can say what you can say about him and his situation, but Hulk Hogan, the character, the superhero, just like I mentioned earlier on the stream, his quote about separating Hulk Hogan, the character's penis size, from Terry Bollea, the man's penis size, in a court of law under oath, that tells you a lot. Hulk Hogan, the character, is very well endowed, whereas Terry Bollea, the man, is not. And I've not watched his leaked sex tape that is the controversy of the entire lawsuit, so I can't verify or deny any of that. But I find it completely hilarious that in a court of law, that was the discussion that I don't know how relates to the actual lawsuit itself. To say that Hulk Hogan lies a lot, which he's a pro wrestler, that's what they do. Come on. Man, that was right down the middle there. I don't know how many people are still watching at 1:30 in the AM. There's Mass Villain Pinball. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for watching. And we got Cool K14. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate everybody hanging out here and checking it out. Even though it's kind of a impromptu stream, since my repair of my Genesis Pinball was quite a failure in terms of actual repair. At least I got some work done that I intended to do. And usually these cameras are swapped. So this camera and this camera normally are swapped the other direction, but oh well, it's working for what it is today. I'm gonna play just a few more, maybe one or two more games, but I gotta go to bed. I got work in just a few hours. Alright, speaking of Hogan, we're gonna play some Real American here. Too early, he's gonna kick out. Yep. So one other feature that's kind of neat that you can disable in the menu, which I have. Oh, I should have let that drain and used the ball saver. There's another feature where the actual flippers, these slammer flippers up here at the top, for up to a certain amount of seconds, will actually, there's sensors in there just like on slings, where they'll actually flip for you when it detects the ball touching. And oftentimes, the game itself, when it plays for you, doesn't hit it nearly as hard as when you manually flip it, and it gives it just the right momentum to actually go in the pinfall. So in some ways, that makes it easier to allow the game to play for 5 seconds before you start taking control of the flippers. If you actually do flip, it'll just override the autoplay. There we go, got the pin. So it's kind of a neat idea, but I turned it off because I wanted to really get better at controlling those flippers myself. What I see it as, it's really hard to determine when the ball is actually touching the ropes because there's 3 ropes there. It's actually so high, but from the top-down camera view, when I've watched back some of these replays, the top view is pretty convenient because you can see the ball as it gets closer to those ropes to be able to time your flip. lost it on that. Alright, so I just started another singles match. There we go, versus Seth Rollins. So there's Seth Rollins. He's the guy I told you cashed in the Money in the Bank at WrestleMania last year. Oh, see, the flippers just died on me. So the game itself can control whether your flippers are active, those slam flippers are active. And usually in a match, when you're in an active match, they never disable. But I think if you do a certain amount of damage, they disable to force you to drain down. So that hasn't been well defined in any documentation yet on this new code. Dang it. Go back to the chat window here. Alright, so what are we going to do? Advanced bonus. That's the worst there, when it drops in that middle rollover lane, it pretty much sends it straight down the center. So a big part of that the upper rollover lanes, they're all little rubber bumpers, and you're really supposed to be nudging and moving the game around to be effective up there. That's probably what I got to work on the most, is starting to nudge and move the game around. Okay. We're going to advance bonus again.
Climbing the ladder.
That disc. Pin value is actually pretty low. Oh, look at that! There it is, the big leg. Oh, and it didn't activate the shaker, which is good, because some of my little guys up there are about to dive down. All right, so here's the pose down. Dang it! Oh, that was terrible. But at least I got the showboating bonus. And I apparently hit enough score to get a replay. 37 million. That's a pretty terrible score, but it's the best of the night so far. Which is really pathetic. Alright, well, I think that's going to have to be the end of the show tonight. Let's see who else is still in here. If we got any new viewers that have come in. So anybody who's watching, if you haven't followed, if you're enjoying what you see, I've got a ton of other pinball machines. I've got tons of arcade games. I'm rearranging this room, and I've got pinball machines out in the garage that are coming in. I've got a Donkey Kong machine that I'm going to rebuild the monitor. So there's all sorts of fun stuff coming to this channel. I'm going to be streaming more often too. So I'm trying to maybe figure out if I stream earlier in the afternoon before a lot of the other main pinball streamers come on. I don't want to compete with everybody else with those streams, but I'll probably start streaming early afternoon stuff, and then of course late at night like this, when I don't have to work so early in the morning, I'll go all night long, and then it's great for East Coast and Australian viewers. Good night, Subfuture. Thanks for hanging in there, and it's probably late evening for you tomorrow. Tomorrow's date. But yeah, so anybody who's checking this out, if you had a good time, go ahead and click follow, and we'll see you around next time. Thanks again, everybody. Have a good evening. And/or/morning.